think we're ready to get started in our meeting. So I want to just say good morning, now good afternoon to everybody. And thank you all for being with us today. And thank you to AB Tech for hosting us here today. And I know a lot of folks are still eating, so that's fine to continue, but I just wanted to get us kicked off, and I think we're going to have a very productive planning retreat today. But I'll go ahead and turn it over to Avril to get us started. We've got some presentations, so again, folks don't feel like you have to finish, wrap up eating your lunch. We can kind of have a working lunch here as folks wrap up with that too. But Avril, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. So thank you very much, Commissioners, for taking time out again to come and work with us as we start delving into our 2023 budget planning process. A quick overview of the agenda. I'll start off with some accomplishments of the past year on our strategic priorities. Then I'll turn it into Rusty to go over economic update and look at the economy and some financial foundations. Because staffing is such a large part of our budget, we'll have our HR director share work, talk a little bit about staffing and personnel. We'll move into capital projects with a short stop on to looking at Greenway. It's part of where we are on our Greenway status. We'll look at our grant overviews and the number of positions and the number of grants we have in our budget process. We'll then move into community survey. With Rafael Baptista will talk just preliminary where we are and what we're seeing in our community survey. Then we'll take some time to look at the 3 functioning board subcommittees that we currently have and what the work they're doing around early childhood, environmental and energy stewardship, and affordable housing. We'll finish today on a community center discussion as well as setting the priorities for the 2023 budget. So we have a full agenda, but we believe we can accomplish this in a time allotment today. So a quick stop on talking about priorities and what we have done this year based on our last year's conversation, where the board set 4 top priorities for us in our budget process last year. The first one was on early childhood and the opportunity gap. What we have done with some of the funds that we've set aside for early childhood, we have created 267 new child care opportunities. One of the things that but instead of just looking at that funding source, staff leaned in and did some more work, and the libraries created a program called Preschool Outreach Program, where they have been able to deliver books to almost 6,000 books that are child care centers, helping those child care centers to also have opportunities to teach and grow the kids in their care. A new project the commissioners authorized last year was modeled after a firm out of DC called REACH, where we're working with a third-party company to establish that curriculum, where high school students in 9th and 10th grade can partner and start to tutor the lower performing students in the elementary school, 2nd and 3rd grade. So I wanted to point out a few of the things that we have able to accomplish around that goal of early childhood. The next topic that the commissioners talked about from last year was affordable housing. And on the affordable housing front, we were able by utilizing funds from the federal government on rent, mortgage, and utility assistance project. We spent over $7.5 million in that effort so far. In addition to that, on the county's affordable housing subcommittee, we have been able to affect 429 county households with over $2 million in affordable housing subcommittee grants. The commission started a new homeowner grant to help 1,300 homeowners help to pay different types of housing debt. And that was being distributed through our HHS department. We were also moving into other types of work around affordable housing. We were able to provide social services and help 119 library patients complete housing applications. The third priority from last year was broadband. This is very new still for us, but we were able to put $4.5 million of the ARPA funds the commissions allocated to begin broadband support in unserved areas of Asheville in the housing authority. And we also use, so we help with housing authority, we help with hotspots for kids during COVID. And then we also appropriate money from our affordable housing and ARPA funds to help with broadband. The last strategic area the board voted on last year was climate protection and renewable energy. In this effort, the board also affirmed a policy to start replacing our fleet. In addition, we were able to purchase 23 hybrid replacement vehicles this year, so we're trying to replace our fleet of gasoline to more hybrid. Install solar projects on several of our buildings. We started with the library, so the Webster, Fairview, South Bowman, North Asheville libraries, as well as the county animal shelter have already been completed with solar panels. A new idea that was funded last year was solarized Buncombe, where we were able to install solar on more than 150 residential homes. That was a partnership that we started with the community. In that partnership, we were able to put no-cost solar installation on 12 rural and moderate homes. In addition to the solar work, we worked also on preserving our farmlands. Permanently protecting 184 acres of county land with conservation easements. That is just a snapshot, and in your packet on the slides, there's other projects that we have worked on. I just wanted to highlight a few of the things that we worked based on your priorities from last year. Any questions or comments on that? If not, we'll right into budget.
So they put the best first, that's the exciting stuff here with the economic overview, and then the financial foundation being a foundation for next year's budget development, but also a foundation for today's retreat. So I want to cover a few things with you. First being the economic overview, we'll talk through some unemployment and labor market information, look at consumer spending as it relates to sales and property tax, and then given the current state, we can't end the economic overview without at least touching on inflation. And then from there, we'll talk through the financial foundation, kind of what's on the horizon, thinking forward to FY23's budget. So this time last year, we had the same budget retreat, and I offered a message that uncertainty is the new certainty. And that's still somewhat a theme, but overall, this year, things are better. We're now in a state of really cautious growth and cautious optimism. There's some things that can shake markets, that can cause some uncertainty, but overall, things are progressing pretty smoothly. The economy is functioning and growing very well. So when we look at the labor market, first thing we want to look at is unemployment rate. And I've told you before, this is not the entire picture, but it's an indicator that helps us to start to understand what's going on. So you see up here kind of April, May of 2020, I mean, just drastic unemployment rate increases, some of the highest we'll ever see. And you see that red line at the top, Buncombe County being highest versus Asheville MSA and the state of North Carolina as a whole. And what you see now is more recently, we're still not back to pre-pandemic levels, but we're much lower. So as of October, the North Carolina unemployment rate is 3.6%, and then Buncombe and the Asheville MSA are both down to 3.0%. So using this metric, we're actually in a better place than the state as a whole right now. But unemployment rate is based on persons in the workforce. So we really need to look and understand what's going on with total employed persons. So this is employed persons in Buncombe County. What you see is from February 2020 to April 2020, we lost 32,000 jobs. And since then, from April 2020 to October 2021, we've recovered 28,000 of those. That means there's still 4,000 or 3% fewer employed persons from February to September. The challenge here is we want to get back to full employment. We want to get a full recovery. We may actually be there. There's some more research continues to come out every day. A recent estimate as much as 60% of those who are no longer working or have left the workforce were retirements or early retirements. So you hear the phrase, the great resignation, there's also the great retirement. So we expect some of those trends to start to normalize over time, but it's a real challenge, especially given the demographic and age makeup in our region. So the question I immediately ask here is, how do we compare to the state? So I've got a chart here with a dual axis. The right side is North Carolina total employment. What's important here is really the trends in comparing the two. So again, from February to April of 2020, Buncombe lost 23% of our employment. comparatively, the pandemic did not affect the state quite as much. They lost 18% overall. And again, that goes back to kind of the local makeup, the hospitality industry, the service workers. But since that time, because we had a larger dip, we've recovered more. We've recovered about 20%, and North Carolina has recovered about 16%, which means Buncome's about 4% less than where we were in February, and the state of North Carolina is about 2% less. And all things considered, given what we know about changes in the labor force and resignations and retirements, this is really telling a good story that we're on that path to pre-pandemic employment and a recovery. As you start to think about this and you think about the labor shortage and the employment picture and overall fewer people, the next question is, so what's happening with wages? And what we've seen with more recent data is that wages are starting to respond. So this chart here, the red line is a 3% compound annual growth rate, just as a reference point. And then the blue line is the actual since February 2020, what we're seeing in North Carolina. So this is average hourly earnings, total non-farm. And so what you see is we're at a 5.8% annualized growth rate. And so really March being kind of an easy point, we can draw a comparison of overall, we were about at 3%. And since then, we've really seen wages respond. And I'll come back to that as we talk about inflation, but we would hope to see some of those wage pressures as we know we have a tight labor market, as we know there's more cash and money in the economy. But it's good to see that wages are responding to what we know are some inflationary factors and potentially being a tool for employers to recruit and retain workers. So speaking of workers, you all probably have heard this point from Nathan Ramsey, and we can't talk about employment without talking about a challenge that we have here in the Asheville MSA. And that's that we have 3 job openings for every job seeker. So there's about 8,000 unemployed individuals in the area, but there's 24,000 job openings. And in Buncombe alone, there are 15,700 job openings. So a significant amount of need versus a lower amount of those looking for employment. Using the data set that Landesky Regional Council and the Mountain Area Workforce Development Board looks at, we know that advertised wages on job openings, the average advertised wage from May to October is up 3.8%. So for over a 5-month span, increasing that much, that means that we're starting to see some indications that the labor market is responding to the need and the pricing of labor. And so we're up to median advertised salary is $20.03. And what's interesting is looking at this data of what types of jobs are being advertised. There's really 2 themes in the top 5 occupations. The first theme is certifications, registered nurses and heavy truck drivers. So nursing training or a commercial driver's license. And then the other theme is kind of that service industry, retail sales, customer service representatives, and food service. So maybe a little bit more responsive to some of the wage pressures. So that's kind of it, what we wanted to show for our unemployment and labor outlook. But I just wanted to pause here before I switch into some of our consumer spending, see if there's any questions. So Chairman Newman, you've made this point before about sales tax and consumer spending. We expect to see a lot of growth. We have a data set where we're able to look at the percent change in consumer spending. So this is showing you estimated consumer spending in Buncombe County since January of 2020 here on the left. See our massive drop there as the height of the pandemic, as we have our stay-at-home orders, we understand, for our public health protection. But you see, we really have rebounded in terms of consumer spending. So you see here as late as November 14th, consumer spending in Buncombe County is up 19%. Some of that is likely related to the injection of capital into the system, money through stimulus. Some of it is that folks are continuing to stay employed, able to spend. But overall, that is a very positive sign for the local economy of understanding of we're up 19%. That may translate very closely to what we could expect with sales tax. So knowing that, when we look at our sales tax, again, we've shown you this graph before where we used really 2019 as our baseline, kind of our last full pre-pandemic year. And our 2020 actuals came in, we started the year higher than 2019, then August through December, our receipts were about even. January and February, we had a much higher influx. And then the pandemic started. We saw a drop in March, significant drop down to about 80% in April. And then we started to get closer to those FY19 levels in May and June. So 2021, and again, this information is 3 or 4 months lagged as we get it. So it's adding more information as we build a budget, as we get closer. 2021 had a very similar trend to 2020. Started the year a little bit higher than 2019, higher than 2020 even. Went along relatively flat to 2019, 2020. We had the same February spike. Now, mind you, this 3-month lag, that's December likely spending. So likely some influence of holiday spending there. And then you saw, we still had the same reduction in March, but we stayed above those 2019 levels. So overall, a pretty good year in terms of where we expected to be. So that's at the end of fiscal year 2021. That's April, May, and June of this year. So as we kind of got back to more travel, more spending, more activity.
Question.
Yep.
The FY 2019 actual line is of course flat. So that's, I assume that means it's kind of reflected like 12 months average, right?
Yeah, that,
It was
we
showing-
use that
it
as an
was-
index.
You were doing it quarterly or monthly, it would also be going up and down
Yes.
too, but it's just sort of average. Okay.
And so then here we are in December, we have 3 months of data so far for FY 2022. And it's the same trend, but a very positive story. So far, we had a very high July, and then August and September are both trending about 112% of that FY19. So we're continuing to look through why this may be occurring. We've reached out to our colleagues at the School of Government to ask them about the different factors going. And ultimately, what we think right now, our working theory is that 19% increase in consumer spending is being shown here in our sales tax receipts. So the story with sales tax right now, consumer spending, it's very bright. And then our largest revenue source, which we have to talk about, being property tax, tells a similar story. So last year, this time, we showed you property tax collections through November 30th, 2020. We were at 43.91%. Comparatively, this year, we're at 47.96%. Now, I will tell you, it's too early to be able to draw conclusions to think this will be a very strong collection year or not a very strong collection year. What this has to do with is timing. More of those mortgage batches have come into our collections office before November 30th. We really won't have a strong indication of where we would end the year until after December, or that penalty date of January 5th, excuse me, so really into January. So we did budget collection this year at 99.5%. We ended last fiscal year at 99.65%. It's too early to tell, to be able to give you a forecast of where we're going to end, but nothing is alarming saying we wouldn't reach that at this point. So I mentioned you can't have an economic talk right now without at least addressing inflation. And it's really important to understand with inflation is what matters most is our time horizon. If we look at the latest number in October, you heard 5.2% inflation. Well, that's year over year, October 2021 versus October 2020. October 2020 had virtually no inflation. So 1 year, yes, it's very high, but over 2, 3, 4, 5 years, it may not be as high. So what this chart here is showing you is January 2016 out to October 2021. The dashed gray line there at the top is what an annual 2.5% inflation would look like. The lower dashed line here is an annual 2% inflation. The orange line is our CPIW, so that's our benchmark that we use for our cost of living adjustment. And then the blue line is core CPI, so that's CPI less energy and food. So some price shocks happening there for other reasons. And so what's important to see here is if you look at our orange line from about 2016 to 2019, we were trending at about an average annual of 2.5%. Then that fell for a little bit. We were trending at an average 2%. And here we are in the last couple months. We have had some drastic inflation, certainly month over month. But on a 5-year time horizon, our CPIW is still below 3%. And our core CPI is still below 2.5%. So Yes, it is an indicator. It may be a leading indicator, but it's not an immediate cause for alarm. Like I showed you with wages, wages are responding to some of these pressures. If everything is getting more expensive, but wages aren't responding, we have some challenges. But right now, we're starting to see that overall things act in equilibrium, and supply chains are starting to smooth out. We're getting through the holiday season, and we'll continue to monitor this. But it's important to understand that having that broader time outlook. So I want to pause here before we pivot to the financial foundation. Any questions about the contents of the labor market? So for this year's budget retreat, we wanted to treat the financial foundation just a little bit differently. So we've given you the financial outlook recently, as we were talking through some of our conversations of what that looks like in terms of fund balance trends, and spending and revenue obligations. But for today's purposes, I really want to start thinking about those incremental changes on the horizon for FY23. So this is not intended to be a prioritization exercise. We'll have that towards the end. This is really being mindful of what potential incremental financial commitments, so those additional financial commitments we may have for FY23. So I'm going to put up here a list of items that are on our horizons, and we'll go through it, and we'll make sure that everyone has a chance to ask any questions you may have. But as we go through, there's two questions I have for you. And number one is everything that you thought would be on that list captured here? And we'll make sure we note if something's not. And are the amounts accurate? If it says $100,000 and you were expecting much more, or if you were expecting much less, just let us know. So I'll pull it up here, and it's in no particular order other than alphabetical. And so what you see across our table, we've got our category or item. We've got what the FY22, this year's amended budget is, and then the expansion. So the potential new additional cost. So you see there, the first being 911 consolidation. So our amended budget, what we brought into the budget through the budget amendment, being about $200,000. The potential FY23 expansion is about $1.9 million for a total cost of $2.1 million. Now with that item in particular, there's some potential revenue offset, but we're really focusing on the expenditure side to make sure we've categorized everything and started to have this holistic list. The second there being affordable housing at about $2.3 million this year. It's shown with a $750,000 increase next year for an expansion of staff and service delivery. Conservation easements there at $750,000, so that's shown as a flat $750,000 annual expense. And that's the direct programmatic dollars. That's not related to the staff, the new position we added this year to support those efforts. Early childhood education, about $3.8 million this year, is shown at a 2% annual increase. So about $100,000 increase there. Economic development incentives shown at $4.7 million this year, with about a $5 million total, $300,000 increase there. Again, that's one where this is kind of total expenditure before we look at different revenues. Education, K-12, so we now have a state budget. We do not know yet the impact of that state budget. So we're working with the school systems that they're waiting on some information from the Department of Public Instruction. And then we expect to have some information hopefully in the new year of what that cost could look like. But there were some increases to salaries. There could be some local impacts in terms of that match. And we'll come back to you with what that information could look like. But it's shown as TBD there, so we don't forget it. But being mindful that we don't have a number yet. The education special projects being the $80,000 annual expense. Emergency services expansion, so we've already made that policy decision. We brought in about $400,000 into the budget, and then the FY23 cost of those positions would result in about an additional $1.3 million cost. The employee compensation study, which you've heard an update from recently, you heard that the next milestone for that is December 31st. That study's in progress, and it's still a little bit early to provide a number there, but that's on the horizon as well. The employee cost of living adjustment with the new methodology being based on the 2-year average annual change. As of right now, with our estimates of what that would be, it translates to about a $5.4 million increase to the salary and benefits budget. So that's based on data through October. We'll make the calculation based on data through December. And it'll be part of the conversation for your overall budget planning process. The fund balance transfer to the capital fund. So this is related to our ending fund balance for FY21 being in excess of our 20%. So that'll be approximately $8.6 million. It's still a little bit too early to tell. We need those audited financial statements to be able to make that calculation. But again, that becomes then a funding source to offset some of the general fund obligations for some of our capital projects, greenways, things like that. The next item there being greenways, perfect segue. We know of about $425,000 in commitments for next year, but it's still to be determined what that looks like, so can't quite calculate the incremental amount. And then homeowner assistance grants as of right now shown flat at the new amended amount of $450,000 per year. Libraries maintenance, which we'll touch on here in a little bit, Swananoa being the first of $7.5 million over 5 years, but that's $2.3 million. Reparations fund listed here right now at $2 million as an expense beginning in FY23. And then strategic partnership grants being no expansion of remaining flat at about the 1.5 million total. So of what's listed here, well, and then below the line is also the big unknown at this point because we're before the deadline, is departmental requests. So it's continuation of grants, which were grant funded programs that need to be absorbed by the general fund. It's new initiatives, it's departmental needs. Well, all those things will come to fruition here as we reach our budget milestones and deadlines here in the next couple of months. So those are due in January and will be reviewed and evaluated through our standard process. So all in, a lot of items here, a lot of potential great initiatives, but also still a lot of unknowns. So we know on that list of about 14.1 million, but there's some significant to be determinants there in terms of expansions that we would need to add to next year's expense budget. So that's a lot. That's all the items there. And I'll just restate my 2 questions. Is everything that you thought would be here listed, and are the amounts that you expected to see accurate?
Based on the conversations we've had so far. So on the conservation easements, I did expect, I think it's a typical 2% that you do on some of them.
So typically, the only reason the 2% is on the early childhood, that is a part of the resolution that every year we have to grow 2%. So if there's a different number that you want to expect, that's when you want to make sure we get input from you guys where you want that to be. So but we don't have a big 10 amount for any of the others except the early childhood at this time.
So I'll probably just make that assumption, just thinking about the resolution. But I do think in order for it to grow, that it should have some kind of growth. 2% is the reasonable amount. That's fine.
Any other thoughts or comments? And before we land on 2%, Carrie, what we have promised to our school partners, we will look at our growth factor, and whatever that growth factor is, we will share with them. So we'll bring that growth factor to you as well, and let the commission decide if that's how they want to grow. We have not grown strategic partnerships, so we get lots of requests. Is that something you want to think about growing? We have not grown your affordable housing, a lot of money either. So those are pieces that we can bring to you with that growth factor, and so the commissioners want to add anything else or keep it flat.
Well, we're going to talk, about affordable housing a little bit later, and some of the goals that we're going to be discussing there. I do think that to achieve the goals that we're going to be talking about, it is going to require more investment from the county. We could started some preliminary analysis around potentially bond concept. See how that plays out. We're not doing something like that. This is ARPA funding right now too. So in the near term, that could be a source of funding to do some significant things, but it won't be here forever. I think for the longer term, it's really changing the trajectory on what we're doing in the affordable housing space and really trying to meaningfully increase construction of more affordable housing. It will need to be at a different level than we're at today. So I don't know how many numbers throw out, but I think we talk about the goals. We will be able to achieve those goals with investment.
And to your point, we can look to use ARPA in the short term for the 23 year, and then we'll come back to ARPA goes away. there a way to get a mic, Amanda? So, sorry, since it's her house, she told me this is her house. But if there's a way for us to think about the ARPA funds for affordable housing in the short term, which is a 23-year, and that's looking to go into further, then we see what other general fund needs to look. So we have some other funding sources as we get deeper into the conversation on budget that we can talk with the board as well.
Just to kind of build on that and be a bit more specific on the point I made a minute ago, I think a parallel conversation around early child education funding with a specific emphasis on how we approach pre-K expansion. I think we'll be getting into a bit of a preview of that later, but I think a similar question about sort of how we utilize ARPA funds in the coming year, but think about the direction we're headed in, and we want to really start focusing on our building out investments to ensure we can grow pre-K in the ways we need to.
I would bring the commissioner's attention, I plugged the money for the reparations only to match what the city has done. So I want to make sure you guys take a look at that, and if that sits well with you, or if we need to be changing that, I just wanted to, it was a placeholder for me. So I want to make sure that you guys see it on there, and if you have any questions or concerns, we can talk about those as well.
So this is really, like I said, this is intended to really kickstart our overall budget process. Obviously, just to start here, and we'll certainly come back to each of these initiatives throughout this process. And just one thing to be mindful of as we think through these expansions, obviously what's shown there, the total in this year's budget being $97 million. There's also the other $270 million of the knowns, the mandates, the staff, things like that. So we'll have chances throughout these different work sessions to review those as well. But with that, that is the conclusion of our economic outlook and financial foundation.
Right, so good afternoon. Today I want to talk about the HR update. And so to start off is our goal in human resources in the county is to be an employer of choice. And as we start looking at what does it mean, some of the questions we need to ask ourselves are similar to, what are the candidates looking for, and what do they really think about our organization? What are we offering them to want to even apply for our positions? How many hours are we asking our employees to work? Can they really enjoy their time off? Do we live our values? What is the story behind our turnover? And we also need to not forget that, back in the day, working for the government, we would have people working for us for 10, 15, 20, 25 years. That's not what we're necessarily seeing with this new generation that's coming in. The average for the new generation is 3 to 4 years. Next slide. So it all starts with recruitment. And so when we start looking at, how do we make sure that we match the right people with the right jobs? It starts with looking at our jobs so that when we advertise correctly, when we look at retention, it really takes a village. It's not just HR. We can get the folks in, but it's really looking at all departments and making sure that we are providing some type of value to the employees to want to stay with us rather than looking at our competitors. How quickly can we fill our positions? And I think that's another area to take a look at, because for every day that we don't have an higher MAC, it causes more work on the employees. Are we looking at what is the growth pattern for our employees? What are we looking at for career progression? And do we have that a very clear path so that they can actually visualize how they can actually get there? Slide. So turnover. So our system, I think it's important for y'all to know, our system right now isn't set up to do exit surveys. So if an employee asks to meet with anybody in HR, we will absolutely meet with them. If we know that there's a problem area, HR will absolutely meet with them. But we don't have anything set yet to be able to do that. Every person that exits the county.
We plan to do that.
We are planning to do that. And we're hoping that in, I would say, first quarter of 22, a lot of the folks that would actually be doing that work are on the study. And so I need to get them off the curb study.
So I think that's an ambitious first quarter of 2022 because it is system driven as well. We are working on that. So I will tell you by end of the fiscal year, we should have something in place, but I do think they're affordably ambitious. So it will take us a little bit longer, but you put something in place that have staff and systems together.
And so we start looking at the numbers of a picture from December 2020 through 21. 67 folks that have worked for us for less than a year. What might be the driver for that? Working in as in a public entity, it's hard. It's asking a lot for our employees, especially during the COVID times, and not every person is a fit in that job, which I think is another thing to look at. 11 involuntary separations, 163, 41 retirements. When I first saw that number, I'm like, wow, that's a big number. And so then I looked back at the prior years, and for the last 2 years, we had 45 respectively. So I guess with county government, as we have folks that worked here for really long. Next slide. So some position challenges. Right now, we have 115 vacant positions, and that's slightly higher than the last time I reported for you. But if you recall, we did approve a bunch of positions over in the Emergency Services Division, which is what's reflected in this. So some of the barriers that we have for recruiting quality candidates is obviously the COVID. Advertising. How we advertised in the days past isn't how folks are applying for positions now. In the past, you might put, Sunday paper. That was like the number one place I would look. That's not necessarily how folks are finding us. They're finding us online, or they're finding us through a word of mouth, where they're hearing from somebody else. Sourcing is another very, very big way for us to find folks. And quite honestly, HR is not immune to the turnover. In my recruitment division, we went 3 months without having any recruiters. So what that did was it caused a lot of the other staff to pick up those extra duties so that way we could try and meet the needs of the organization. And there is that competitive market. I think that's the other thing to look at as well. During the job fair, some of the folks that we made offers to, they had low level of experience, but they wanted the top wage. And, had we done that, it would have really adversely affected the employees that were in. So we chose not to go there, but that's some of the stuff we're seeing in a lot of our positions. So for the recruitment efforts, I wanted to really highlight some of the things that my recruitment staff have been doing over the past 12 months. And you can see where on the left side of the screen where it says all jobs, those are the positions that either we have worked with those organizations to scrape our jobs so that way they get posted, or they're positions that we actually go out and physically go in and type the ads in there. The others are when position specific. Those are if we have IPMA HR. That's where I would post for my HR, because that's within local government and like type people would apply for those types of positions. Community events. We're also looking again. How do we reach out to our community? How do we find folks right here in Asheville? But you'll see there's been a very heavy attention placed on equity and making sure that we reach out and really try and increase our diversity numbers. Organizational development, that's another area that was stood up about 1.5 years ago or so. This is another area that we had some internal movement. One of the trainers moved to another area within human resources. So we were actually down a trainer since May of 2021. So we had one person providing the majority of these trainings. And so that individual had created 28 unique trainings, provided 9,383 hours of total training across our organization. which averaged about 6.25 hours. And then 3,548 of our Buckingham employees engaged in training. The other thing that we've been focusing on, and we've listened to employees, and a lot of what they want is they want to be able to connect. They miss the connection, whether it's flexible work or just the volume. They miss just getting together. And so we have been able to put together a couple engagement events, where one was the night at the tourist game. And then most recently, we did a festival of lights where folks came out, got a cup of hot cocoa or coffee and a bag of kettle corn, and really had an opportunity to really intermingle. In January, the Biltmore will be hosting us on January 5th and January 6th for a night for employees to continue. Questions? I gave you a lot of information. All right, thank you so much.
We cannot get a mic. I apologize. The sound system isn't set up yet. So you have to talk really loud.
Good afternoon. I'm John Hudson with the Budget Department. I'm here to talk a little bit about capital project updates. Over the last couple of years, we've worked really hard as a county, as an organization, to build a robust capital improvement plan. We put together a capital review team that crosses departments. We've put together criteria to rate project submissions and decide what is best for the organization in terms of investing in capital. So I just want to talk a little bit about what capital projects are. They're construction, renovation, or demolition project, acquisition of land or other assets that are valued at or above $100,000, have a useful life, at least 5 years. This also includes significant capital maintenance projects. And those improvements or expansions of our existing assets must increase our appraised value or add to the life expectancy to qualify as capital. We've developed a long capital improvement plan, a long-range plan of 5 years. That the current 5-year capital improvement plan is in your packet for reference. And that includes our estimated project costs and funding sources over the next 5 years. That's developed annually in conjunction with the budget so that we are able to budget at the appropriate amount of dollars and understand how that's going to impact us long term. So in fiscal year 22, we approved 13 capital projects at a cost of about $6.5 million. I just wanted to give you an update on how we're doing on those projects, as we're almost at the half-year point. We had the 200 College building, our administration building, has an envelope repair. And so we're developing an RFQ right now for that project. The detention center needs a building automation system. We're also developing an RFQ for that. We are doing the interior renovation of 40 Cox to move much of HHS back into that building. The contract design has occurred and we are scheduling project kickoffs with the stakeholders now to see what that looks like. We also did planning for the forward-facing building that will now be at 35 Woodland, where we will co-locate our forward-facing departments. That contract has been approved and we have held initial stakeholder meetings in that project. At both our parks at Lake Julian and the sports park, we are developing bathroom additions. We are working on the purchase of modular units for those bathrooms. And we are exploring those purchases now. Our solar panel installation on phase 2, that is out of East Asheville Library and firing range. Bids have been received and the contract is being considered now. On our 911 backup center, we are waiting a proposal from our design team and determining what IT needs will be for that area. HHS is going after a mobile HHS unit. And they have made a deposit on that vehicle. However, they will likely not see delivery of that vehicle until close to the end of the fiscal year due to supply chain issues. The project for the boat launch at Lake Julian Park is in the planning stages. We have a dog park going up at the Buncombe County Sports Park. And they have finished the fencing in concrete, and they expect to complete that by the end of this month. Out at Owen Park, we have a playground upgrade. They've placed the order. They have an estimated delivery date within the next couple of weeks. And they are hoping to complete that by the middle of next month. And then we have purchased our paddle boat replacements out at Lake Julian. And delivery is expected by the end of December. So in terms of fiscal year 23, as we move forward, we're really going to be focusing on renovation and repair that's been brought forward from the comprehensive facility assessment. And that will be a large focus of capital planning for fiscal year 23. And I have Ronnie Lunsford, our project manager, here to talk a little bit about some of the projects that have been identified for fiscal year 23 for us to move forward with on our renovation and repair.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So first on the list there is the 40 McCormick upfit. And I'm probably aware we're in the process now of design for a new general services facility. And so that will, once that facility is complete, that will vacate the property at 40 McCormick. And we're looking at upfitting that for EMS use so that they can dispatch some ambulances from that area, have some offices in that area for supervisors, and possibly training space, that sort of thing for those folks. Second on this list, the courthouse electrical upgrades. The switchgear, electrical switchgear in the courthouse, like the rest of that building, is starting to get some age on it, and it needs to be replaced. Just the more reliable equipment, just because that the use of that building is probably one of our most important here. Yeah. South Buncombe Library parking expansion. The use of that facility, that the parking is very limited compared to the use of that facility. They need to get more parking spaces. They also have some issues there with the proximity to TC Robertson, where the school drop off and pick up traffic kind of interferes a lot with their parking during those times. And there's property available there to expand their parking into that area without having to acquire new or anything like that.
So you don't have to require additional property for that project?
No, we don't think so.
So is it just an expansion of surface parking?
Yes, essentially.
It seems like a big number for just expansion of surface parking. What's it so expensive?
One thing we're thinking about through that is a new entrance to try to help avoid some of that school interference. So we're not sure what kind of utility work and that sort of thing might come into play. So that's probably a lot to do with that.
So it's not just a simple paving.
It's not just a grading
There's
paving.
more.
200 College Street elevator refurbish, just having a lot of elevator maintenance issues there. Those two elevators are standalone system, I'll say. Like, think about branding, Otis elevator, Asheville elevator. Those are the only two Kone elevators we have. So looking at upgrading those to stuff we have, and that'll help save on service agreements and that sort of thing for facilities. And then the county garage conversion for solid waste, again, going back to the new general services building. The county garage services will move out of their current locations beside the solid waste transfer station. And then solid waste can utilize that building for quick repairs on their trucks that utilize the transfer station. So they don't have to go all the way to the landfill to make a repair to a large truck. They can do it at that location.
I'm curious, the 40 McCormick upfit, can you speak more to that one, and where we are in that process?
As far as,
Well, so are you already have design around the upfit? Are you at the beginning of that process? Just kind of talk.
no, ma'am.
about-
All we really know at this time is when the general services building is complete and the building maintenance division of general services vacates, then we would have to start design, and that is, we don't have funding for that yet.
And so, and that specifically then is to put emergency services in there.
Because there's already garage space there that general services utilizes. So the garage space can be used to house ambulances for dispatch.
I'm just curious, just thinking long-term, I mean, is that the best place for them long-term, if we put that kind of money, in that building for that? Is that really where they want to be looking? Because I just think of that area, that is very congested in that area. Just before we spend that kind of money there specifically, I'm just kind of curious what emergency services thinks of that space.
I was just gonna say, through the facility assessment, we sat down with each department. So emergency services did, have interest in that location.
Because it would serve downtown as well, we need another location in downtown. So yes, ma'am, that's the site that was already vetted by emergency services. The volume of need that we have in this area.
So it's planned to be a second EMT location
Yes.
in addition to the family justice center basement.
And this one will have where you can really you would like to house the ambulances and our paramedics, or community paramedics in that location, because right now we don't have a place to house. That would be big enough and the footprint and the location is what we would need right now for that area.
Any other questions on the facility assessment projects? So our next discussion that Brian's going to talk to us about is in terms of libraries and what our buildings look like. There is a correction to your packet. Your packet may have a number that says something to the effect of $2.3 million. The Swano Library renovation repair is $921,000. We accidentally folded the South Buckle parking into that price. So that's a slight error. I wasn't able to fix the chart for that in time. We covered that this morning.
Yeah, so basically as part of the facility assessment, the libraries were included in that. So they were looked at throughout that entire process. And like all of the facilities, each one received a average condition grade of 1 to 5. And they based those gradings off of things like exterior envelope, structural systems, mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, interior finishes, everything to do with the facility, ADA compliancy, all of that, and established that grade. So what part of the plan what came out of the plan, I guess, was starting with the lowest scored library facility, and each year putting a project together to help remediate some of those issues that each one has. So like was mentioned earlier, I think it was Rusty that mentioned, Swannanoa was the first one on the list. So that is a project that we will be proposing for next step one.
So the capital review team has just received within the last 2 weeks, the project submissions from departments is vetting that. So as I said earlier, we spent $6.5 million for projects in FY22. We're currently working through an estimated $59 million of project submissions for this year as we move forward in that process. We're gonna turn it over to Tim Love to talk about some Greenway updates.
So before you move on, any questions about this? Any questions, commissioners, on the library's part? A lowest score means of the worst condition. So all of our county buildings, Ronnie, correct me, but all the county buildings, this one, the low library was the last or the worst building of all of our.
I'm pretty sure it was, yeah.
So that's why we're proposing, this is a list in 2023, that would be the first library we will address it in 24, it would then be the West National Library.
Correct.
So unless you have any other issues or concerns, we would proceed down that list that came out of the facility study to get our libraries into better condition.
And so just to confirm, so on the library, it says one more library, that actual cost is $921,000.
Yes.
Yes.
The 2.3 includes cost we're gonna spend on all libraries, which is the South Buncombe and Swine.
Yeah, I think there was some portions of the South Buncombe, not just in the spreadsheet when it was tallied, they were directly directly adjacent, so they got added into, it's just a spreadsheet error.
This doesn't have the South One Katy project on it. That's, we talked about that stuff.
Correct.
Yes.
So the only other thing that comes out at me is, I thought the West Asheville Library and East Asheville Library were both built at the exact same time. Maybe that doesn't mean their maintenance schedules are.
So East Asheville Levy we just replaced, if you recall, so it's a brand new library.
No, I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Oakley. The library in Oakley.
South Asheville.
South Asheville.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. Got it.
And that's in 2025. The only other point that I wanted to make sure that we were clear on, we would have to work through the leaseholder. Because want to know what is a lease facility, we'll work through that to make sure we can spend close to 900,000 on that facility. So we will bring that to you as we work through what these leases look like and what cost share we can talk to them about. So we'll bring that back to you at that point as well.
And to that point, South Asheville, Oakley Library, and Black Mountain and Swananoa are all in that same scenario where they're leased facilities.
City of Asheville.
I'll show you the lease on it. All leases, those
Work
are-
as neighbor. Sure.
So there are no other questions on capital projects. I'm going to hand it over to Tim to talk about it.
Great, thanks. Great.
Well, good afternoon. Today, wanted to provide the commission with a quick update on the status of greenways. There's a number of projects across the county, but for today, wanted to focus on two of our bigger projects that are closer along in the process. And so those two projects there are Woodland Greenway, as well as the Enka Heritage Trail. And so we'll begin with Woodland. And for the purposes of this presentation, I want to give you a sense of kind of where we're at, what we're working on currently, but also give you an idea of what's coming in the next 12 months. So on your screen and in your packet, you'll see a map of the Woodland Greenway. This is proposed, of course, it hasn't been constructed yet. And the way that this greenway is described is in two parts. So there's the A section and the B section. If you look to the right, in your first two bullets, you can see that design is underway for the A section, which is the Highway 251 section. And for those that aren't familiar with highway numbers, this is basically Riverside Drive to Elk Mountain Road. So picture that sort of in your mind, and you can sort of see how that travels. Section B, this is called Beaver Dam Creek. And the way to think about this is traveling from Elk Mountain across to the Merriman Avenue, but not the Merriman that you think of as you're driving through North Asheville. It's the Merriman Avenue Woodfin, which is a little bit different, but that connects to the Craggy Mountain. So two portions of Greenway here, A and B. Section A, first off, I would say the construction and design of this greenway is all under a single contract with a firm called HNTB. Who works with Equinox and others to design this greenway for us. There's a number of task orders within that contract, and so the task order for the design of Section A is underway and has been proceeding, and that's task order 2, if you're curious. Task order 3, which would be the design for the Beaver Dam Creek portion, has not been let at this point. And so what we're asking for as we work with DOT is to release that task order. That way we can design both sections of the greenway at the same time. And so we're already a couple steps behind in that process, but the whole intent for designing these at the same time is so that we complete design roughly around the same time, so that we have a single construction contract, which is task order 4, that we release so that we can construct the greenway all at once. I think you can all imagine why that would be beneficial. We can ask Ronnie why about construction prices if we need to, but so that's our goal, and so that's what we're proceeding with now. What I would say is that with any greenway, any project period, we're working off of a feasibility study. And so as we go through the actual design, there's going to be things that we discover that we weren't aware of. And as an example, as part of the design process. We do hydrological assessments, we're looking at stormwater, things of that nature. We're also doing an assessment of the environment, and specifically what happens when you disturb the environment. So as we go through that process, we're going to learn more. And based on that, we may find that our original cost estimates, which were prepared over 4 years ago, have increased. And so as we complete the design of task order 2 and 3, that's something we'll look to sharpen our pencils on. One area to keep in mind, so this project, it's a large project, and the county has responsibility for greenway design and construction. However, as we talk about it as a sort of a wood fit destination, there are other key projects that are out of our scope. Specifically the Woodland Wave, which I'm sure many of you have heard about, as well as the Silver Line Park, which is on the other side of Silver Line Plaza. These are both projects that are important to the overall destination, but that are being managed by Woodland. So as we think about what's the county's role, responsibilities, we have sort of the Greenway responsibility, the park responsibility, the Wave, that all falls to the town of Woodfin. I'd also add that the funding on this includes a number of players outside of the county, but to include the town, who finance some of this through bond, but also include the TDA, who uses this as a recreation destination and has provided grants to this. So that's kind of where we are. In terms of where we're headed, these are just a few milestones that are key to the project. So we'll begin public comment mid-year next year to get feedback on the current alignment. The CE approval, that's basically that's the environmental document. So it just says these are our categorical exclusions for the ground disturbance. We anticipate that summer of next year. Right-of-way acquisition at the end of 22. And then based on all of that, advertisement for bids to go into construction at the end of 2023. So a long way to go in this process, but wanted to provide additional clarity as to where we are, so you had an idea. Right-of-way acquisition, always a really important part of any project like this. Through the feasibility study, we were able to secure letters of support for right-of-way from the landowners. So we feel favorable about that. But as we move into the more real stages of design and construction, we'll need to firm up those letters and turn them into actual easements. So that's a part of the upcoming task orders. But just wanted to share quickly kind of where we're at. No questions on Woodfin.
Tim, are there DOT dollars tied to both segments of that?
For DOT, and I'm checking my notes, I don't believe we actually have DOT dollars for the Woodfin projects.
There is. I thought there was.
Riverside Drive, I believe the answer is no. And I'm pulling from an update that was provided to the board. It's a little dated from 2019. I'm glad to confirm it, but my understanding is I'll confirm.
Tim, what percent of this project, because this has always been confusing to me, but what percent of this project are we funding, Buncombe County, what do we fund versus the other, Woodfin and whatever?
That's right. And so the Silver Line Park, the Wave, these are separate projects. The Greenway portion, we are primarily responsible for, but we are offsetting that cost with additional dollars from grant sources.
Chairman Newman, our recollection is that the Beaver Dam. But I do believe that we do for the Woodfin portion in addition to the TDA grant, but we will confirm that.
Thank you. That's consistent with my recollection. That the Beaver Dam part, maybe not, but the part on the river, I thought did get the transportation
Federal
dollars.
highway dollars.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's coded as, federal highway. I'm not sure if that comes through DOT or straight from the feds, but it's federal highway dollars.
Yeah.
It does come through DOT. What has happened that they're at the state level. DOT had used some of their federal dollars that they were supposed to administer in localities for other items. And there was a lot of funding at the state level. So those funds have not been transferred into localities as expected.
And I've misspoken, I apologize. So the total funding for this Woodfin project is about 5.6 million, of which 4.5 million is federal highway dollars.
Woodfin Greenway's just 5 point something million.
That's based on the original estimates from the feasibility study. And we know that it's going to increase, and when we get through the design process, we'll bring those numbers back.
Is there, part of the funding is from the Woodland bond referendum, right? But and there's a clock ticking on that, right? Is there danger that this is gonna be delayed with the Woodland bond dollars are not usable?
I'm glad to confirm with Woodfin on the time on the Woodfin bond dollars.
Is it not possible to start the right of way acquisition sooner, or do you have to have the engineering like completely finalized to know, exactly what the easement dimensions and things like that would need to be? Because it seems like we're kind of finish one section and then start the next, and is there anybody do any of this in parallel to maybe compress this a little bit?
Definitely, and these milestones, they're tentative plan milestones, but I think with any property owner, in order to really get to an easement and acquisition, we're going to need to get them something relatively definitive. So finishing the design, I think, moves us in that process. But that doesn't mean you can't expedite. Other questions?
I heard you say that there's federal highway administration funds that are promised to us but not have yet to arrive.
So I can't, was that John?
Well, it's on a reimbursement basis, so we actually have to expend the dollars. However, at the state level, there was an audit finding, the state auditor found that state DOT had used these federal dollars at the state level to continue providing the dollars to local entities. So it was a pretty big deal. at the state.
Yeah.
So in Woodfin, kind of the next step is to get task order 3 rolling, so we can get design and then land the plane, so we can do construction for those phases at the same time. At the end of design, we'll have a better picture of cost, which right now, again, we don't have a clear picture because it's a feasibility study, but we'll have that soon. Sound good? All right.
I guess just one question,
Please.
Tim, like if the cost overruns, if there are cost overruns, obviously there'll have to be more dollars found somewhere, right? Like different organizations that make pledges for part of that, which is part of that. Maybe some highway dollars in there, PDA dollars. So that'll be discussion once those numbers are in, right? Between all the different folks who want to see this happen. And this is all great. I mean, everybody wants to see all this. I mean, but there are kind of two different projects here, right? I mean, maybe it's getting too ahead of ourselves to sort of think about that, but and I get the strategy of designing it all together. That makes sense too. But I mean, in terms of how to pay for it all, I mean, it could also be built in different segments too. But then you might have to start over if you wait too long on another segment, right? So these would all be different potential things to look at depending on what the costs end up being once we have a real design.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, we can only spend the money that we're willing to allocate to it, or that you're willing to allocate to it. So I do know that we met with the TDA to explore the Greenway and sort of walk it, understand what that could look like. So I think they're aware, the town, as well as Riverlink. We've had a number of discussions with those folks in terms of a fundraising campaign, things of that nature. So we're looking at other sources. I don't think the commission should feel that this solely falls on your financial plate, but I just wanted to be honest that we're anticipating additional.
Thanks.
All right, so moving to our next slide. So our next project is the Enka Heritage Project. And so when we talk about this project today, we're going to focus mainly on the trail, but also want to talk a little bit about a roadway project that I know you're familiar with as well. So for those that are unfamiliar, the Enka Heritage Trail is within Enka Commerce Park primarily, and it extends from Warren Haynes Drive and curves around, goes through the business park around Enka Intermediate, and eventually lands on Sand Hill Road near the Enka Library. So that's kind of your path to think about. In terms of where we are kind of what we've got to. We began our design of this project this year. There were some delays related to COVID. And where we are at this point is we have a draft alignment that's been proposed to our steering committee. And so this alignment, this is just the path that the Greenway would take. That draft alignment utilizes existing easements with MST. So it's land that basically, MST has the right to use and thus has limited development. This alignment is a departure from what was in the feasibility study. There's been substantial change there, with the primary change being that we're, instead of staying on the inside of the creek, crossing the creek and going onto AB Tech's property. The rationale there are many. It limits impact on sort of developable land that's within the business park, but it also puts us onto AB Tech's property, which we think is a good alignment that will allow transportation between AB Tech to the sports park, and we think that is a good fit. In terms of where we are with the related project, which is the roadway project, the roadway project has been designed, funded through ARC funding. And so this would connect the Smoky Park Bridge to the interior access roads within the Commerce Park. So if you're familiar with Jacob Holm Way, that sort of ends right there at New Belgium. We would connect from New Belgium, curve up, and eventually connect to the Smoky Park Bridge, which many of y'all know is currently the bridge to nowhere. So that project is funded. What I want you to know is it's coming in portions. And so the first portion is the Hakon portion. So you may remember in 2019, Hakon committed to come to Buncombe County. As part of that, DOT included an incentive to construct partial roads so Hakon can get the trucks in and out. And so that portion is underway, it's working, it's funded. However, the portion that gets us from there to connect to the bridge, that has also been funded and was released for bid by DOT. This is a DOT project. Those bids have been received, and they did come in higher than expected, which is unfortunate, but I see Commissioner Sloan seems unsurprised. So with that said, the silver lining to this particular situation is that even though those bids came in higher, we were able to pursue additional ARC, Appalachian Regional Commission funding, which covers the majority of that overage. And so at this point, the project is fully funded with the exception of some additional dollars. We don't have an exact estimate now, but we're saying is approximately $100K. We'll see how that goes as the project continues. DOT is looking for a signal from us to say, hey, we're ready to move forward and continue on this project, but wanted to update you on that.
Tim, can you recall when those bids came back?
Yes, the bids came in this past month, so it's been very recent.
Okay. Yeah. And in terms of that, I guess that segment, if that was to be constructed, it would or would not open up the bridge to Jacob Holm Way. It would connect across the chasm, so to speak.
Correct.
Okay.
Across the chasm.
Okay.
The major, the major overrun that occurred is, if you can picture, connecting and crossing the bridge to get on to Smoky Park Highway. In order to take a right turn, there's some signalization that needs to occur there, but also the construction of a turning lane and an acquisition of that property right there if you're taking a right onto Smoky Park. And so that right of way basically purchased the property.
There's a car rental place there. Okay.
So that's the major part of the overlay.
I guess I'm trying to jive that with what you said about Hakon and their road segment. Is that a different right of way location?
It is.
Okay, entirely different. Gotcha.
Yep. So if you're picturing New Belgium and you went, for 1/10 of a mile, that portion, that's the Hakon portion. But then to get from there, to connect to Smoky Park Bridge, that's the remaining portion that is funded and DOT is ready to move forward. So in theory, if this project continues, which we hope it will, we could be driving across the bridge, mid next year sometime, depending on how construction goes. So skipping backwards and to talk about the trail. So planned activities for the trail will begin public engagement in March of 22. on that proposed alignment that I described to you. We're conducting additional environmental analysis on this site. So everyone knows, this is the old American Enka plant, it's a brownfield. And so our original alignment, since that's changed, we have to do additional environmental study, soil sampling, things like that, to make sure that the property is suitable and remediated. But, we know that there will be some challenges, but this is a part of the process we have to go through. We've projected to acquire the easements for this trail at the end of 22, but we'll of course move quicker on that with the property owners over there, of which there's one. Goal would be to have in mid-year 2023 advertisement for bid and ultimately go to award that bid for moving forward on construction. Funding makeup of this project is about $6 million, of which the majority is coming from the TDA. The majority of this is there's a $1.3 million amount from the federal highway dollars, and then the remainder comes from.
I think what we're waiting on the commissioners on this is agreement on the alignment with the property. We still don't have that yet. So in our minds, they're two separate projects, but we have no leverage on either. We put money into to do the bridge connector. Once we pay that out, we have no more leverage either on the other, getting easements for the Pennington Heritage Trail. So we have no leverage with that property owner. They have not agreed to the easements for this as well. So just want to make sure you guys understood that. So that's why this is still where it is today, because we haven't reached an agreement.
If that were not the case, this could move faster.
No doubt, we're proceeding through design, but to have a firm commitment on the easements would no doubt make this project.
I mean, even on this schedule, the easement, if you do get the easements by the end of 2022, we're still not starting the construction to the end of 2023. Right, under the schedule.
It's the current schedule, which provides some buffer, but that could be expedited.
Curious if the landowners seen the most recent alignment. Recently mapped alignment.
We have shared the most recent alignment, which is a significant change.
Yeah.
Prior, it was on the interior, but it has shifted to follow that MSD easement and get on to AV Tech's property. So we think minimizes impact to everyone involved. So a better product for the community, but also minimizes impact to the development.
Yeah, it seems like a win-win to me. After looking at the maps.
So just, kind of stating the obvious, but it would be awesome if we could do this for you faster. And it does, it is such everything's hard, right? All these projects are all these issues, but this one is in some ways is obviously a lot less complicated than it would have been. So many property owners, so much more kind of industrial, developed property. So just if there's anything we can do to help, or to see it be faster, that would be, of course, wonderful. It's gonna be such a great project. Any other questions, commissioners, on the greenways? These greenways?
Okay, we're gonna move forward.
Thanks, Tim.
Heather Halsey is going to talk to us about grants.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Heather Halsey with the Budget Department. So today we're going to be going over grants overview. We'll talk about the total amount of current grant dollars, who our funders are, and an overview of the grant funded positions, and a quick glimpse of grants that are expiring in fiscal year 23. So we'll just start quickly with what is a grant. So per the county's grants policy, we state that a grant is financial assistance from an external entity to carry out a public purpose. This includes federal, state, and pass-through dollars. So we're talking about grants we receive, not that we give out to other agencies. So today we're talking about grants that are within the grants fund and a handful that are in our general fund, but we are, which is the bulk of the grants, but we are leaving out some
within the transportation, air quality, special projects, or HHS pass-through dollars. So with that in mind, we currently have 58 grants. I should also note that this was pulled Monday, so I think you approved a few grants on Tuesday that are not included here. So 58 grants with a budgeted total of $108.2 million. Of that budgeted amount, you can see the graph on the right shows that 2.4 million of that is county cash match dollars, which is just over 2% of that total 108.2 million. The cash match is not necessarily inclusive of all grant match across the county. There are other types like in-kind match that may not be tagged with a grant tag, but this does give us at least an idea of the leverage of county funds and resources to grant funds received from funders. And then as you're aware, the county has received some large grants related to COVID, the two primary being our coronavirus relief funds and local fiscal recovery dollars, or the ARPA dollars. So those two grants currently account for 57.5 million of that total $108.2 million, just over 53%. So these are so large and they're really considered these one-time funds to deal with COVID. So for the remainder of the presentation here, we'll be pulling those dollars out and speaking to the remainder of our grant portfolio, which totals $50.7 million. Let's see, I'm sorry, I think I was a slide ahead for you there. So this next slide breaks down that 50.7 million by county function. So as you can see, the majority of our grants fall within the human services function. I can tell you that there are some COVID dollars included here, but they would be for specific human services related purposes. For example, there's the emergency rental assistance dollars that would be make up a large portion of that amount. After human services, it's public safety and cultural and recreational functions come in at about the same amounts. Most of those cultural and recreational dollars are related to the Inca Recreation Destination Grant from TDA. Finally, smaller pieces of the pie are economic and physical development, general government, and enterprise functions. That enterprise consists of one grant related to the tropical storm Fred assistance that was budgeted in solid waste. So it's a little strange to be an enterprise, considered enterprise, but also listed here is a quick breakdown of how many grants are nearly fully expended or with low expenditures. These figures are about what we would expect to see in our portfolio. The 90% or more expended grants consist of several that are fully expended and complete, but we do wait until the following fiscal year after a final grant expense to officially close out a grant. So some of those will get closed out next year. We also have a few new grants that you've approved, which make up some of those 10% or less expended. Essentially, we're managing our portfolio expenditure as well. It doesn't seem that we have a large portion of our portfolio sitting without being expended or sitting once expended and not getting closed out. Taking a look at our grant funders, who gives us these grant funds. Our top funder is the federal government, which makes up 40% of our grant portfolio. I believe that comes from 8 different departments. Again, we're excluding the COVID funds we discussed earlier. Next is our local or nonprofit agencies, making up 36% of the grant portfolio. All of the funders that fall within that category have their logo displayed here. And then finally, the state of North Carolina, which makes up the remaining 24% of our grant portfolio. So next we have grant positions. We currently have 26 filled grant positions, and I've listed the 12 grants that fund the currently filled positions on the left. And then we have a graph on the right, which shows which departments these positions sit within. Currently, Justice Services has the most filled positions funded by grant dollars with 8. Lastly, we have a list of grants expiring in fiscal year 23. These are the larger grants that are known to have fiscal year 23 expiration dates. What you're seeing here on the slide is the grant name along with a brief description of the purpose of that grant. And then in the table for each grant, I've pulled the actuals spent from the previous 12 months. That's what the amount in the first box. Next is how many currently grant funded positions are filled by that grant and the expiration date of the grant. So this is just intended to give you an idea of what may come to you as a budget request should the grant not be renewed. However, a few of these have historically been renewed and we would expect that to continue. A few others may have other funding sources that staff is looking at for possible continuation of services. For example, opioid settlement funds for a few of these. So this isn't to say that all of these will be asks of you, but this is currently what's known of our larger grants to be expiring next fiscal year.
So before you move on to that slide, Heather,
Yeah, this is my last one.
yes, Heather's point, several of these are expiring. And if you don't get that money, you need to make the decision if you want to continue that service. If not, that would be an add to the general. So I just want to make sure that you have that in mind as we go into the budget year. These are all worthy causes, but I want to make sure you're thinking, if you want to keep the service, it will be funded by the general.
What are your thoughts on why we see so many grants around justice services? Is it that there are more grant dollars to pursue, that we have been sort of more aggressive about pursuing them?
Yeah,
It's a good thing, it's just helpful to understand the landscape there.
if you want to start.
Yeah, sure. I think the answer to that both end, right? There's a lot of federal funding that comes through to work on justice related items. And we, the court system is a state function. And so where we can influence the impact of our justice system is through programmatic items, right? So we are always looking for ways to fund initiatives that are potentially new, novel, to see if they work for our community. So I'd say both, there's lots of funding out there and, we really have been working aggressively to deal with some of our public safety.
I will add, the number is a little bit skewed there because of that group's success through the Safety and Justice Challenge. So the 2 awards being $3.5 million, that's a large chunk of the portfolio, which is not so.
Great.
One more question with that, since several of these we will be need to address. Can we get some further data on looking at the programs, their impacts, because that will help us be able to assess which of the programs we would want to continue to do.
Absolutely.
We also help to hear where, in terms of priority, these fit with our overall strategic plan and continuing them or reevaluating them as well. That's not to say that they're not all amazing. We should continue with where, priority wise do they fit, where we want to head in the next several years.
Thank you.
Like it's also, just in terms of when these great opportunities come up, I think it's important maybe to, I don't know, you may not always be able to tell in the future, but which ones are likely to be recurring grants, if this is for now, we'll go away, but probably, we've gotten in the past. So in some ways, when we look at these kinds of positions, I don't know, I just feel like in some cases, we put too much weight on the grant, like we will be foolish to turn out a grant, but really the question is, do we want to create these positions in the organization, right? Because if you create them and there's value, we're going to own it long term. And so the question is not, do you want to accept a grant where you seem foolish to say no? The question is, does the county support, in all likelihood, the long-term creation of these positions? Yes or no compared to other priorities? I think sometimes grants just seem like a no-brainer, but it really isn't at all. When you start looking at it, when they start expiring, you have these tough choices to make, right? So I appreciate y'all sharing, looking ahead on this stuff.
Yeah, well, and to dig just a tiny bit deeper before we move on with what you just said, Brownie, is, and I'm assuming, but we have a grants policy on.
It was recently created though. It's something that the staff has created in the last year.
Because it is easy to see those large grants coming through and saying, oh my gosh, this is something we really want to do. And yet it doesn't necessarily fit with the strategic direction of the County. So
keeping us from just chasing dollars to chase them when it doesn't necessarily mean that it's something that we're even going to want to continue. I would hate to see us chasing dollars that we don't have any intention of, figuring out how to do long-term for the county, and allowing other groups, counties, organizations to do see that in their future, not just taking dollars to take dollars.
Well, I think Rusty can talk a little bit about our grants governance committee and what we're doing now to evaluate grants and look and grant applications coming in from departments.
Yeah, so part of that policy, one of the probably more difficult provisions for our departments, but one of the more important best practices is that county manager approval is required to apply for any grant. And the reason is that requires notice to budget and finance for eligibility, but also for a department to do an attestation that it aligns with our strategic plan and priorities, and also a multi-year cost benefit analysis. So if a grant gives us 100% in the first year, it requires us to take on 100% in the second year. All of that work is supposed to be done before we even apply. So now we're doing quarterly check-ins with the county manager's office and our grant managers, similar how we would review capital projects and making sure those oversight responsibilities and that alignment is there, because it's absolutely right. Are we committing ourselves to dollars in the future, and are we doing that intentionally?
That's in its infancy, just started out in the last year.
That's fantastic. Thanks, Chris.
I think, yeah, if there's no more questions, we are scheduled for our first break.
All right, thanks everyone. A ton of great information and great overview of like a lot of great progress here with a lot of different initiatives. So thanks.
Choose.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So Raphael Application Strategy and Innovation. I get the fun role of just being the introducer and the clicker man for this presentation. As you all may recall, you approved in this year's budget a community survey that's been out in the field, and we got preliminary results today. Our vendor for the community survey, Ryan Murray with ETC Institute, is on Zoom, and he is going to present preliminary results to you today. I'll caution again, these are preliminary results. We'll be coming back to you all at a briefing in January or February with the full analysis and full results. But Ryan will go into more detail of what you can expect to see at the next meeting. All right, Ryan, we're ready for you whenever you are.
Yeah, I'm ready, Raphael. Thanks for introducing me.
Yep.
All right, so I don't see the slides on the screen. Do you all see the slides there in person?
We're working on it right now.
Okay, all right, cool. I just want to make sure we were all on the same page.
All right, we're good.
There we go. Yeah, so thank you, Raphael. It's been a pleasure to work with Raphael. So I just want staff and commission to know that it's a pleasure to be here today. But Raphael's been just a great guy to have as a contact there at Buncombe County. So we hope we can continue this relationship into the future. As he mentioned, my name is Ryan Murray. I'm the assistant director here at Community Research here at ETC Institute. If we want to go to our next slide here. For those of you who are not familiar with our firm, we're really the nation's leader in market research for local government organizations. And I think some of that's evidenced just by some of the nearby organizations and places that we've done surveys for, including within Buncombe County, but also a lot of work over on the other side of the state, more towards the east side of the state. So North Carolina, I think beyond Kansas City metro area is probably one of the places we're most familiar with, along with the state of Texas. And so we're happy to be here. If we go to our next slide, we'll talk a little bit about methodology real fast. I know that everybody's had a chance to already review the survey, so I didn't really want to get into the nuances or the details there. But just so we kind of have a good overview of how this project was conducted, it was a 6-page survey. The first survey conducted for the county by our firm, and included many questions included in our benchmarking database. And basically what that is, we routinely, continually update our benchmarking database with both national and regional numbers from randomly selected participants nationwide. And we continue to develop these benchmarking items because we know that perceptions and opinions change with the times, especially given the last couple of years and some of the uneasy or uncertainty that we've had, regarding public health or, safety services and things like that. So the benchmarking that we will be able to provide once we finalize the database and put together the full report will be very comprehensive. We can even match up like-sized community types with you all as well. So respondents from a particular size organization or a particular area of the country, and we'll work with Raphael and his team to make sure that we kind of meet all the marks or expectations on that. When it comes to administration, it's a pretty simple administration process, although the United States Postal Service wanted to make it a little bit more difficult on us this year. So we mailed the surveys to a randomly selected group of approximately 4,000 residents of Buncombe County on November 3rd. Typically, I would say by about the 15th of November, those surveys should have arrived in a normal year. But if anybody remembers, towards the end of October or beginning of October, USPS began some different service delivery times. And that's really been impacting us here pretty severely for the last couple of months. So those surveys actually didn't begin arriving until just before Thanksgiving on November 24th. So it took a number of days, about 3 weeks, for those surveys to actually arrive from Olathe, Kansas, where we're based, to residents in Buncombe counties, and they probably arrived over the course of a few days. So not everybody probably received their surveys on the 24th. And as soon as we saw that folks had received their surveys, we began follow-up attempts. And those begin with emails and text messages, and then we start to target folks as we get kind of further along the process as we try to reach our sampling goals, which was 500 completed surveys from a representative sample of respondents. And when I say representative, I just want everybody to kind of be on the same page, because this will be kind of a discussion point when we actually present the full results, but that's really based on our demographic questions. So question 28 in the survey is asking respondents to indicate which of the following best describes their race or ethnicity. We want to make sure that those race ethnicity types match or mirror closely within our margin of error of about 4.5% to the Census Bureau numbers. Same with the, are you of Hispanic or Latino ancestry? We wanted to make sure that most of our respondents are hovering around that medium household income type. And we want to make sure that we've got a good representation by age, but because this is really a household survey, understanding how various households within the county perceive the services that you're delivering, it's going to be more so about representation within that age category. So about 1/5 or you know, an equal distribution among all the age types. So we don't want, you know, the sample flooded with folks over 65 or flooded with folks under 25 or under 35. We want to make sure we've got a good mix there. And same with gender identity. So we offered male, female, and prefer to self-describe options for that particular question. We're hoping for a really good breakdown with regard to the Census Bureau numbers. Just so everybody's aware, that doesn't always happen. You know, 99 times out of 100, good representation, especially with such a large sample size in a large community like Buncombe County. So if something comes out after we finish data entry and the surveys that we have here in-house and complete the processing of the results, we can weight the results, and we'll have a discussion with Raphael if that needs to happen. But based on what I saw and what we're going to be looking at here is based on approximately 350 of our 500 total responses, which we are far above 500 completed responses. We just haven't been able to verify all of it yet, so I can't give anybody an accurate number on where we're exactly going to land, but I do believe it's going to be significantly over 500. But at that point, we'll have a discussion if needed about weighting the sample by any demographic categories. Highly unlikely, just something I want folks to kind of be aware of. And the expected margin of error for these results is going to be about 4.5% at the 95% level of confidence. And that's if we completed only 500 surveys within the community. For those stats folks, you know, you probably know exactly what we mean by that, but for those of you who are not familiar, it's basically if we were to have conducted the survey 100 times, 95 out of 100 times, we're going to get these same results plus or minus our margin of error for those questions where all respondents gave a response. So with that, we'll go to our next slide here. I pulled some preliminary results. This is kind of out of our database. So if we'll go to our next slide, we'll look first at the core county services that you offer and the ratings for those services. You'll notice this in my preliminary results here, but also in the report. Most items are ascending order from the very satisfied and satisfied some responses, with neutral falling in the middle and the dissatisfied or very dissatisfied off to the right. And that's going to be how almost all of our charts and graphs will look in the final report, just kind of ascending order that way. And that's really to help draw your eye to the items that received the highest levels of satisfied or positive responses. But at the same time, you can easily pinpoint those items at the bottom of this table that didn't receive the highest levels of satisfaction, which would be quality of development, planning and zoning. A difficult item, primarily because folks sometimes don't like the decisions that are made at the highest levels, but also because not a lot of folks understand development, planning, and zoning issues to a high level. And that's probably pretty evidenced by the fact that you don't see a lot of people in your zoning or commission meetings and things like that. Or if you do, they're probably repeat offenders, folks that you're continually seeing in those same meetings who are interested in those same ideas. But when we talk about core county services, some really high levels of satisfaction here towards the top of this list, especially with the quality of emergency services such as 911 or EMS services, as well as your library, doing a really good job there. Same with recreation and the election services. We did have a little bit more dissatisfaction with the election services, and it's unfortunate just because counties are usually tasked with election services in their state. So it's just one of those things that we've obviously had a few issues with over the last couple of election cycles. And I think we'll continue to see some disdain or dissatisfaction with that particular item whenever it's asked, regardless of how well the county may be performing in that particular area. So again, a lot of residents just off the top of their heads probably don't have a really good sense about how well you're performing performing, but a lot of perceptions, news stories, things that you hear word of mouth can have an impact on those perceptions. And I think we're seeing that here with the 13% of our 350 or so respondents indicating that they're very dissatisfied with the county's election services. When we start to go down this list, we really see kind of a major drop off after the quality of public health services, which received about half of our respondents giving a positive rating to that particular item. And then we see county social services with a large number of neutral responses. Again, just kind of thinking intuitively about that question, not a large number of our county residents are likely to receive or have much of a strong perception, either positive or negative with county social services, probably because they don't receive those services to some degree. So again, seeing a lot of neutrals there makes sense, but that's really a passing grade. What I usually tell folks is that, a neutral rating means that you didn't make a positive perception on anybody, but you didn't have a negative perception in that service area as well. And then back down to that quality of development, planning, and zoning. One of the next things on the next slide that I want to show you is going to fall right into the analysis. So the big portion of our kind of recommendations or our conclusions to the report are going to be predicated or based on our important satisfaction analysis. And so it's, as I mentioned earlier, some folks have an interesting perception maybe on your county election services, but as we can see here, it's really only important to about 15.5% of your residents. So although, a quarter or so of folks indicated they're not really satisfied with that particular service, it's important to less than 1 out of 5 residents to the community. So when we kind of put those two things together, we need to make sure that we're recommending improvements or service level increases or investments in those items that are really of the utmost importance to residents and also received high levels of dissatisfaction or relatively high levels of dissatisfaction. And as we can see here, the two county services that really, or the 3 county services, if we go back one more, the 3 county services that really received the highest level of emphasis ratings was development, planning, and zoning, which is the item that received the highest levels of dissatisfaction, followed by county social services, the second highest dissatisfaction item, and public health services, another item with some relatively 18%, about 1 in 5 residents giving dissatisfied remarks there as well. So when we forward now to the next screen, we kind of blend those 2 ratings together because we know folks can sometimes overstate their satisfaction, either positive or negative, or they can kind of give you a neutral response, which is kind of difficult to work with. So we want to ask not only satisfaction, but also importance to blend those together into our important satisfaction analysis. This will look a little bit different in the report, but I wanted to highlight it this way so you all kind of have a good understanding of how we review and analyze these important satisfaction matrices before you kind of just open the report and see those items. And so what I've done is color code these with the most important or the areas that should receive the most investment towards the top of this list, and the items that are really least important to residents in terms of needing improvements immediately towards the bottom. And the reason that those items towards the bottom are highlighted in green is because, again, you're serving the community very well in those items, as evidenced by the high degree of satisfaction for most of those items. And as you'll see, as agriculture, soil, and water services may not have received awfully high satisfaction levels, but it really wasn't important to a majority of our residents. So that kind of falls down that list there. But the items that were of the most importance and had the highest levels of dissatisfaction are those 3 items at the top of this list. And those are the 3 items that should really receive the most emphasis moving forward. Now, just so we're clear, that does not always mean increased investments or increased in funding. Quality development of planning and zoning is not really something we could just throw money at in the hopes that it improves. But what we can do is use some of the other survey questions, such as the communication and planning section, to give it a bit of understanding as to where folks are looking for or hoping to get information from the county, and then bombard them with appropriate information about the development, planning, and zoning decisions that are being made at the highest levels of the county. So some of these items aren't necessarily about an increase in satisfaction or service level, but more so an increase in communication and perception management. And that's how we'll kind of look at a couple of these items towards the top. However, county social services, it does look like there are a large majority of residents who are relatively dissatisfied and also believe that it's really important. Same with public health services, given the COVID-19 pandemic. That makes a lot of sense. And given that this is really the county's baseline survey, we've got a lot of work to do here over the coming years before we reach out again to residents to kind of see if what we've done has worked. So we always suggest that the only reason plan to do another one in the future. And if you don't plan to do another community survey in the future, then these priorities and investment items really are just for looks. But if you do plan to use the survey results inherently in your planning and decision-making processes, it's really important to make sure we go back out to residents to understand if what we've done has made an impact on residents' lives. So that is really what the bulk of our presentation in the report is going to look like. It's going to be some charts and graphs. It's going to be in the importance items as well. So a lot of frequency charts like that. And then we're going to deliver the importance satisfaction analysis for a number of service items, including parks and recreation and communication, a few other items. But just because we're not quite finished with survey validation and also data entry, we just wanted to make sure that you all had kind of a heads up or at least an idea of how things might look. And just so you're aware, with 350 completed responses in the database, when I pulled these results and the fact that we'll have about over 500 there when we complete data entry and deliver the final results, it's not like these results are going to change too dramatically. So I wouldn't expect satisfaction ratings to change too much. Same with the importance ratings. Those shouldn't change too much from what we're seeing here. So this should give you a pretty good idea of what we're going to see here in a few weeks when we're able to deliver that draft report. And so with that, Raphael, you can go ahead and go to my last screen. Everybody can grab my email address in our website. So if you have any questions or if you want to discuss anything offline, please feel free to give me an email. We can set something up, or I can take some questions right now as well. And we can kind of discuss anything that anybody had for me.
So based on the faces and note taking aside, I think some of y'all have some questions for Ryan, which is why you see here just a couple of logistical items. So I mentioned Ryan will come back in January, February to give you kind of an update. Some of the things you can expect in addition to what Ryan was talking about is the ability to break down some of these questions, some of this prioritization into some more of the geographic areas. Yep. So it'll be interesting to see, for example, are people more satisfied with the quality of development in certain areas of county compared to others? So we're going to be able to do a much deeper dive. And then internally, we'll present the full, Ryan will present the full findings to you all. We'll present that information publicly, but we'll also be working internally with departments to help them understand how their questions did and how they can develop action plans to respond to the survey. But I'll go ahead and give you all the floor to ask any questions you have of Ryan.
I guess maybe I've got one question. Just in terms of some of these questions, I wonder, as you were saying, Ryan, like there's a question about, I mean, you ask people the questions and they give an answer, but do they really know what the services that Buncombe County government does, as opposed to sort of, like I think about healthcare, right? Like, and people think about healthcare in Buncombe County. A lot of them probably think about what's going on at the hospital or other healthcare related things going on. And they may be much more familiar or have much stronger opinions about those things than the much more limited role like Buncombe County Health Department plays. So in some cases, do you think people are kind of really answering what their opinion is about kind of the state of healthcare happening in Buncombe County, as opposed to really answering, here's my opinion about what Buncombe County government health, how they're doing?
Yeah, so, you know, from time to time, I think some residents will, think about perceptions in the greater county and what's going on, nationally and in their news cycles and things like that, and answer on that perception. But that's why I'm always trying to use the word perception to kind of, describe how folks feel and describe the responses that we're seeing. So obviously with the quality of public health services, I mean, everybody in Buncombe County has been impacted by, I'm sure, the decisions that the county's public health office has made over the last couple of years. So in that sense, I think a lot of folks probably have a pretty good understanding at this point of what Buncombe County is doing when it relates to public health services. But the ones that I would be most concerned about are the quality of Buncombe County social services, where the social services staff should have a percentage, it should be almost front of mind percentage of Buncombe County residents they serve. And if that number is below 70%, then we would probably assume that the results to that particular question might not be telling us the exact quality of the service, but the perceived quality of that service. And sometimes in these particular exercises, the perceived quality of service is almost just as important in terms of ratings as the actual quality of that service. But for some of these, yes, you will need to do a deeper dive into specific what I like to call them are our customers, specific customer interactions, to understand if that interaction was positive or if the services they received were positive. And the same could go for the county's agricultural, soil, and water services, where most residents who maybe aren't in agriculture really don't have much of an idea, but from word of mouth and other items, they've developed a perception of that particular item. We do exclude the don't know responses. Those will be in the full report. But for our analysis, those don't know responses are excluded. And when you see the full tabular results, it'll give you a little bit better of an idea based on the don't know responses, how many folks just didn't have enough information to provide a response, but none of that was included in the preliminary results here. And the same could be said for 911 services, where we know not a vast majority of our residents have ever called 911, even within the last decade, probably. So again, the perceived quality of that service is probably more so what we're talking about here than actually the service quality. And that's why I brought up communication as a perception battle, especially with social services, because again, a lot of residents just aren't receiving those social services from the county at a high level. But there are a lot of services. If you've reviewed the survey, there are a lot of services in here that do pertain to, I would say 99% plus of Buncombe County residents. And I think that you'll see when we get into the full results, into the full presentation, you'll see a lot of areas that, hey, there's no kind of beating around the bush here. Folks gave their response, and I think that folks had a pretty good idea. But there were also a lot of perception issues, like question 12 is regarding public safety and feelings of safety. Well, that's that really is a perceptions issue. So just understanding that. And then as Raphael alluded to, the idea here is to understand these perceptions and to develop an action plan to try to tackle some of the areas where residents perceive there to be issues.
You have any other questions, Ryan? Thank you so much, Ryan. We really appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, thank you all. I'm excited to share the full results. It'll give a clearer picture to some of those items. It'll help you understand that, hey, yes, this is a perceptions tool, but a lot of the services, a lot of the stuff that Raphael and I included in the survey definitely hit home with the majority of residents. So that'll be a lot more enlightening. It'll be a lot easier to digest than kind of this one particular core services question, where we know not a vast majority of our residents are receiving all core services from the county. So that was a really good point.
And Ryan had mentioned this during his presentation, but just to kind of emphasize, this is baseline data. So really it's very helpful data, especially when we have the benchmark data. But as we do this more often, it will really be able to show are the interventions and investments that the commissioners are deciding to make moving the needle in certain areas. And as someone who's worked in other communities that's used similar tools, that's where the greatest benefit is. So this is really a baseline starting point.
I have maybe a quick follow-up question. Like, so in the survey, does it go into, are there like more detailed questions on the different services too? Like, I'm just like, for example, like about solid waste, right? So sort of an open-ended question, right, on like, how do you think about solid waste? But then it's like, are you a waste pro customer?
Yes,
do you use the transfer station? Do you use the landfill? How do you kind of ranking those different specific,
so-
kind of key things that we do in that space?
Yeah, so we asked them if they were a Waste Pro customer, and they were a Waste Pro customer, then we asked about specific Waste Pro services.
Yeah.
I don't have the exact survey, but we worked with Bain and Solid Waste, that these are the big service areas that Waste Pro provides for residential collections. We asked them their satisfaction there. Then additionally, we asked the question around kind of some prioritization of what some things they could potentially want from Waste Pro. So
There's more detailed questions in each of these categories?
not in each Ryan, I'm going to defer to you. I don't have the survey instrument in front of me, but I would say for the majority, correct, Ryan?
Yeah, not in each one of these categories. And again, just being mindful of the respondents' time, we didn't want to get into a deep dive into each category. And that's why I mentioned the customer specific items, because again, social services is really that best example where very few, small percentage of residents are using those services. So to include an additional 12 questions about the county social services would just fall short on a majority of our respondents, whereas maybe library services is going to hit a much broader reach of folks. So we kind of strategically went through and made sure that those services that are going to be of the most use or actually have the most relevancy within the community were touched on pretty heavily, such as Parks and Recreation getting an entire service. For folks that have applied for a permit, they got an entire section. Solid waste got a section plus a few questions. Same with customer service values, and then some COVID-19 initiatives. So I understand what you meant about the core county services, but just keep in mind, those are just the core county services. The question before that asks residents to rate the county as a place to educate children, or as a place to play or retire or start a business. So there are a lot of perception-based questions that you'll also want to be cognizant of. And again, that's why I like to allude to communication being some of the issues, and not necessarily just an influx of funding to fix some of these items, because that's just not the goal of the survey. The goal of this survey is really to give you an idea of how residents perceive your delivery of services, and not necessarily take a customer service survey from those residents that receive some of those unique services that the county delivers.
Great, thanks. Any other questions on this right now? All right.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Ryan.
Ryan.
All right, thanks everybody. Have a great day.
Thanks, Ryan. And then we'll move into some of the report out from the subcommittees. And the first one is the early childhood.
Give me 1 second, sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Rachel Nygaard and am representing the Early Childhood Committee today. This committee is staffed primarily through strategic partnerships. Also because the work of early childhood education spans a lot of our service areas at the county. We also have staffing support from Health and Human Services, from strategy and innovation, communications and public engagement. So today is to give you a little bit of background about the Early Childhood Fund, talk about impacts to date, and like Commissioner Beach-Ferrara mentioned earlier, lay the groundwork for what is coming in the future related to pre-K expansion. So the Early Childhood Fund was established by resolution of this Board of Commissioners in fall of 2018, and it authorized the creation of both the fund at the starting amount of $3.6 million with a 2% increase each year, as well as the establishment of the Early Childhood Committee, which is a 15-member committee, which includes 3 of you, 3 of the commissioners on the committee, Commissioner Beach-Ferrara, who is the chair of the committee, as well as Commissioners Whitesides and Presley. And the role primarily of the committee is to make funding recommendations to the Board of Commissioners, but you'll see other activities listed in the role as well around engaging with community partners and soliciting public input, as well as studying and making policy recommendations. Max? Okay. I'm just gonna say next slide when I'm ready, if that works for you, Max.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm having a hard time with the clicker. Can I say next slide when I'm ready?
Yeah,
So the funding strategies of the Early Childhood Committee are to support early care and education, with an emphasis on preschool and pre-kindergarten, but spanning the birth through kindergarten phase, so that 0 to 5 timeframe in a child's life. And the priorities identified within that realm include increasing slots, so working on the quantity issue around. Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna go back. Thank you, Tim, for the technical assistance.
I do have to take it off screen for just a second, I'm sorry.
Working on increasing slots, so working on the quantity issue. Working on increasing the quality of the available early care and education. Working on developing and diversifying the early childhood workforce, supporting families, and enhancing the effectiveness of overall system of early care and education. Thank you. You heard County Manager Pinder earlier during the highlights share a number of 267 opportunities for early care and education supported by this early childhood fund since its establishment. In the 3 years, the 3 grant cycles that the fund has been active, the committee has recommended and the Board of Commissioners has funded $11 million in grants across the fiscal years 20, 21, and 22. We have full year data for the first 2 and first quarter data for the current fiscal year. And that supported the creation of 267 what we call slots for early care and education, as well as supported a lot of other types of programs and supports in addition to just that volume or slot creation piece. So the next few slides include some highlights. We really wanted to celebrate that work beyond just numbers. We've talked as a committee about how the word slot or the word seat doesn't really reflect and embody, encapsulate what is really happening, which is the education and support of our youngest community members. So some highlights. You're familiar with the Werner Center for Early Learning. Partnership with Buncombe County Schools opening a new center at Emma Elementary, which will serve up to 100 children. We've supported the Christie Avery Learning Center with some expansion at their current location, as well as a new location at St. Mark's. The committee supported the creation of a new early learning center in Black Mountain in partnership with the Shenandoah Valley Child Care Council called the Donald S. Collins Center. Another center supported is Evolve Early Learning. We've partnered with YWCA and Community Action Opportunities. And the kind of supports have looked a little bit different from program to program, supporting teacher pay, supporting the expansion of hours so families can access care beyond just the school day, school year. Irene Wortham Center, Collaborativa La Milpa, and Southwest Child Development have also been supported through the fund. Read to Succeed, working on literacy trainings, On Track, doing a matched savings program, and Buncombe Partnership for Children doing a lot of supportive work throughout the field of early care and education, including a workforce training program, professional development, and systems building. So you can see a real diversity of programs and results, which leads to the next phase. We are currently underway with a pre-K expansion. This is aligned to the Buncombe County Strategic Plan goal to increase kindergarten readiness. The work began, as you may remember, about a year ago in January 2021, to see what it would look like to do a focused pre-K expansion project. We had an ad hoc group of a subcommittee of the Early Childhood Committee that met and worked on some recommendations, which were endorsed by that committee and brought to the Board of Commissioners back in June to address what they found around kindergarten readiness needs and equity gaps, even at that early stage of education at kindergarten entry. The focus of the expansion was decided at that time to be to examine what a possible local supplement might look like to the North Carolina NC pre-K program to maximize the state program and address gaps to better meet needs. We went into our next planning phase. Buncombe Partnership for Children, who I mentioned a moment ago, is working with an area collaborative called Asheville Buncombe Preschool Planning Collaborative. And they are providing a report back to Buncombe County, which is due at the end of this month. The report will include model recommendations. So taking the philosophy and focus of pre-K expansion and helping us come up with the building blocks that would be needed to move to implementation. So looking at the key needs that would be addressed within it, like teacher recruitment and retention, like extended hours, supporting and filling the gap of the NC pre-K program. Wanted to mention that in the context of this, as has been true with many of the issues that we've been studying together, staff is watching what's happening at the policy and funding level with the state and federal governments. An example that I'll call out is Build Back Better. So that's a piece of legislation passed by one chamber of Congress that, if implemented and adopted by the state of North Carolina, would bring universal pre-K to North Carolina. So wanting to make sure that anything Buncombe does is responsive to and aligned with efforts that would be happening at other governmental levels. So the plan for the committee is to go into FY23. This is a FY23 budget planning session.
Sorry, Rachel, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question.
Please.
Perhaps you know, my understanding is that even if the state of North Carolina didn't opt into the program, localities, local governments could opt in.
Specifically to universal pre-K?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I studied Build Back Better as it currently is structured and didn't see that, but there's been a lot of analysis that's been evolving, so we can definitely look into that and we'll stay tuned. The Build Back Better has two components that would help young children. One is sort of like a childcare subsidy expansion, addressing affordability gaps of early care. And then the other is universal pre-K, which I understand states would identify which approach they would use. And we anticipate that North Carolina would be likely to use NC2 and NC pre-K as their universal pre-K implementation. But we'll look at opportunities for us to act locally, even if the state did not. So just real quick, we are heading into FY23. We don't know what the report will recommend and what all of the different items and sequencing and costs will be for pre-K expansion. We are not looking to have any budget increase beyond just the standard 2% that happens to this fund each year. We're going forward with the regular annual grant program while working on the creation of this multi-year implementation plan for pre-K expansion. So in summary, third year of the grants, really strong results, broad purpose and broad impact, looking at what a focused initiative specific to pre-K might do to help us move the needle on kindergarten readiness and specifically within that equity within kindergarten readiness. Commissioner Beach-Ferrara as chair of the Early Childhood Committee, as well as Commissioner Whitesides and Presley, if you have additional input to add, I'd pass to you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And I do just want to take a moment to thank both the staff and also the really tremendous 15-member committee who works on this week in, week out throughout the year, and of course the leadership of Commissioners Whiteside and Presley in this. I want to just build for a second on the great foundation that Rachel set and kind of preview a bit the commission level discussions that I'm looking forward to having in the next couple months around this. A bit of context setting. from the start, our charge really has been, how do we develop a Buncombe-specific model that speaks to the needs of children and families in Buncombe County? And we'll work here. And what we have heard so clearly from both families and frontline providers and experts in the field locally from the start is that we have to think about the first 2,000 days. Pre-K is critically important. And also we have to think about infant and toddler care, not just from a child development perspective, but also from a workforce perspective. The 3 years that we are now completing, the first 3 years of this, were really designed to help infuse resources into a resource-starved ecosystem where people were doing extraordinary work with just too little money, not enough money to do it. And so that's when you see the array of strategies we've invested in, that really was the impetus behind it, is wanting to kind of give local centers the chance to sort of level set a bit more while we were still expanding slots and learn a lot in the process about what it would look like to embark on what this next phase of the work will be, which is how we meaningfully increase access to quality pre-K in Buncombe County. I think it'll be very exciting to receive this report, and from that basis, as well as additional input from the committee, the commission will then, I think, have the raw ingredients to develop a roadmap. I would put forth that the roadmap would start with us formally articulating a commitment to universal pre-K. This at the state and federal levels is where the conversation is. Several other counties and localities in North Carolina have articulated that as a policy goal in much the same way that we have around our goals around renewables or conversations we're having around housing that are exciting. I think setting that clear, ambitious but clear goal about what we're trying to achieve is important, and we haven't yet done that in the arena of pre-K. So that's sort of one policy level question that'll be on the table for us. And then the question of how we build a roadmap, if you will, that allows us in a strategic way to begin moving towards that goal, understanding it will take years to reach it, of course. And also that the county has I think a critically important, and also, we're one actor among many in how we would actually fund getting to that role. State and federal funding in the mix as well. What we do know about this report that we're about to get, which is very exciting, is they've done an excellent job of analyzing what would be required to begin meaningfully scaling NC pre-K in Buncombe County. That includes addressing some of the ongoing structural challenges we know exist around particularly recruiting people into the field, keeping them in the field, paying them enough that we don't have constant churn. It also involves addressing some of the structural problems around hours and transportation that we know make it hard for some families to participate in this. So I think that as we head into this, there's been a policy making question, and then near and short-term budgetary questions. The near-term budgetary questions are, how do we want to start infusing funding into these pre-K strategies? And I'm excited to hear people's thoughts and perspectives on that. What we'll be getting essentially is sort of a menu of strategies we could invest in. Some are higher dollar, some are lower dollar, some are one-time, some are annualized recurring costs that build the right foundation, essentially, for the house we are trying to build. We will, in terms of the timeline, we'll get this report in end of the year, have the committee have a chance to look at it in early January, and our hope is in February to be able to come to the commission with some crafted roadmaps of here's option A, B, or C of how we could pursue this, and here's some concrete funding discussions to have about how we might deploy ARPA funding to do this, whether we're ready to have a conversation about increasing general fund allocation to the fund, and how we are all just sort of thinking about that in the moment. So just kind of wanted to add that as an addendum to Rachel's presentation. This is a piece of the work that bounces to commission now, right? And we will do that sort of policy and budgetary setting work together that will then inform the work that the Early Childhood Education Committee does as we move forward. Happy to answer any questions about that. Would love to hear any thoughts or perspectives on it. And certainly, Alan, Robert, anything that y'all would want to add to the mix.
I think you said it all. Ditto.
So right next, energy. I don't know, energy storage is like-
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Harrison. I'm the Ag and Land Resources Director, and I am one of the staff that helps assist with the Energy and Environment Subcommittee. So here's the committee. We have three committees. Chairman Newman and Commissioner Wells, and Commissioner Sloan is the chair of our committee. We have 4 community members who applied to join us. And then we also have employee staff support. Jeremiah, Sybil, and Jessica helps us with our administrative side. So one thing I want to note is unlike Rachel's presentation, we haven't been around for very long, so, sorry. We have only came together in July, so we've only had a handful of meetings, and our community members didn't join us until our September meeting, I believe. So we're very new and just getting going. So just to remind you of why the subcommittee was created. We were created to help kind of build some robust discussions around a variety of renewable energy and energy goals, as well as some of our open space land goals, and of course our air quality and water quality. The way we worked is at the start, at the convening of the subcommittee, we sent out a survey asking, what are your priorities? What is it that you would like most to see this group tackle? And these aren't in any particular order, but these were the top 5 that were identified. We have already been doing work in these arenas, but these are all areas that we would like to put some additional focus into. One of the purposes of the subcommittee is to make recommendations to the larger commission. And so far in our short time, we have made 2 recommendations for resolutions that you all have adopted. One being the sustainable fleet policy, which was a resolution, which was a policy at the county level to look at how we purchase new vehicles and have them be in alignment with lower emissions vehicles. And the second was the solar on public schools. So how are we doing RFPs for solar on public schools? And y'all know about those because you adopted them. So where we're going next is to set goals for ourselves. That goal setting will start in January and really hopefully be wrapped up by April. And the goal is for each of our priorities that we will have a statement, Buncombe County will do this by X. So an example where we've already had success on that is in the renewable energy transition. There we already have a goal that we will be 100% renewable within our county operations by 2030, and of course throughout the entire community by 2042. So our work around that is just to continue to support implementing projects that would both bring us to that renewable goal and to make us more energy efficient. Of course, as the more efficient we are, the less renewable energy we need to generate. Our second, or again, these aren't in any order, but a second priority is water quality. We've been looking at how do we evaluate the water quality data that is being collected throughout the county, and how can we do some planning around watersheds? Looking at the county as a whole is a little difficult when you're speaking about water quality, but if we can break the county down into particular watersheds and attack watersheds at a time, it makes kind of makes it more doable, so to speak. So looking to create a goal around how do we address water quality.
A third priority is our open space and conserved lands. Last year you very generously increased the funding that you provide for transaction costs for conservation easements, and that's been really exciting and is allowing us to get more and more properties conserved. So we want to look at, how are we prioritizing those conserved lands? How can we, can we create some mapping? Can we look at what overall, an important point to make here is we're not just talking private lands here, public lands and private lands. So how do we look at all of our public lands that are already conserved? Where is there opportunity for some public lands to be conserved? And then where are we focusing with our private easements? And those easements, my department looks at the agricultural easements primarily, and that's the work that we do. But with LCAD, the Land Conservation Advisory Board, they're looking at view sheds and steep slopes and environmentally sensitive tracts. So between the Ag Advisory Board and LCAD together working at conserving our most precious resources. And then of course you all discussed a couple of board meetings ago about the Trust for Public Lands feasibility study. You all adopted moving forward with that. So how can we look at financing some of these open space preservation schemes? The fourth is climate resiliency. A large part of what we're doing with climate resiliency hopefully will be covered in the comp plan, at least for us understanding the baseline, looking at all the data that we're collecting there. Another area for climate resiliency is some discussions around the landfill. How is solid waste both contributing to and reducing greenhouse gas emissions? There's a lot of opportunity there. Dane and his crew are already doing a tremendous amount, and we're always looking for how else can we support the work out there. And then the final priority, which was the clean energy financing. This is one that we've discussed a lot. This priority has legislative ramifications on how we can move forward. And I don't know if it's appropriate necessarily to say limitations, but there is definitely structure around it in which we need to operate. So continuing to look through that, find out where is the greatest need and where are the greatest challenges for getting our commercial properties to adopt renewable energy, and looking at how we can continue to support commercial scale installations. So hopefully we'll be able to report back in second quarter next year that we'll have priorities set for each of these areas and be able to continue to work towards them. So that is our final slide. So Commissioner Sloan, as the chair, I don't know if you want to add anything? Or?
Oh, I always have something to say. I guess I just add a couple things. I mean, I'm really excited that this committee exists at all, to see those committee members, a really great team that we put together. I'm really excited by our achievements. The fact that it's brand new committee can pass 2 resolutions at all this week is really cool. Electrifying all of our public vehicle fleet will save taxpayers a lot of money. They're cheaper to operate and cheaper to fuel. Instead of paying Duke Power, we can pay ourselves by putting one for solar on every that or over. And I guess kind of looking ahead at what these future plans, what really excites me is looking at number 3. We just saw that polling about the public's thoughts on planning and zoning. One way we kind of work towards a counterweight to growth and development in Cairns is to conserve more land and take that off the map. Developers. I guess another thing to think about, to really look for, is this clean energy financing, but to figure out a way, what's our 1, 2, or 3 different tools that we come up with to finance tools and energy efficiency technology for residents and reduce their power bills and strengthen our electric grids. That's what I'm excited about.
And I'll just add, when we're thinking about, if Newman has something potentially to add about funding, but I know we're probably going to need some more staff. in some of these. That's one thing for us to think. Sustainability department, or potentially do some of this water work, some conservationists. So in order for us to reach these goals, sorry, Max. So in order for us to reach these goals, we're going to need some additional staff, probably someone in the sustainability department, more than likely someone, a soil conservationist, in order for us to reach the water goals.
Yeah, I would echo that too. You know, some of these are kind of areas that are not traditionally thought of as county core services. I mean, some of these are trying to address challenges that we're facing now that people, not that they weren't challenges 10 years ago, but they weren't ranked as highly by the community as priorities until more recently, like around climate protection and things like that. And they weren't thought of as like a county government role, or at least not to play a more significant role in, but in the community that we live in, the day that we live in. These are thought of as things like that are very important to make a difference. And so I agree with Terry. We're going to need to kind of invest in our own internal capacities to do more. And so I definitely support that too. And but I think we're all off to a really strong start, and appreciate the commissioners, including the folks that we have to work with there. We're fortunate to live in a community where there's a lot of knowledge and talent around us. So I think it'll be a great combination of ideas and perspectives from within our government, as well as kind of coming in the community as well. So looking forward to doing more goal setting in the period ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Glad to be here to provide an update on the activities of the Affordable Housing Committee, which has been quite busy and I met earlier this week even. This subcommittee of the board is comprised of Chairman Newman and Commissioners Edwards and Sloan. It was actually created in early 2019, for fiscal year 2020. And part of that was a response to the recognition by the board at that time for the need to really devote some specific attention on the really complex issue of affordable housing, as well as the complex nature of financing, funding, and supporting projects within that arena. Part of that was in response to a long-term effort of the county known as the Affordable Housing Services Program. That program has been in existence since 2004. And since that time, there's been an investment of over $20 million that has supported over 3,500 units or households in the area of affordable housing. What's important to note is that since the creation of the Affordable Housing Committee and that emphasis on affordable housing as a strategy and a goal to work towards, and what's highlighted here, the last 3 fiscal years of investment and project support. And what you can see from this slide is that about 25% of the funding, the total funding over that span of time, was invested in the last 3 fiscal years. So there's been a significant uptick in investment. And about half of the unit and household support that's been achieved has also been within that last fiscal year. So there's definitely been an increase in investment and in project support that has occurred.
The units numbers staggering, 38.
And so as far as in this fiscal year, some of the accomplishments is the allocation of over $2.5 million for FY22 projects that are anticipated to support 255 new units and 429 additional households separate from the unit creation, various programs and activities. Other accomplishments include ensuring that the application process continues to align with the budget schedule. That occurred actually a couple of years ago, that we made a shift from the call for projects occurred so that it would better align with the budgeting process of the county, and continue that effort as well as completing phase 1 of a goal setting exercise. And so the committee has currently prepared a draft goal. We're actually updating and making adjustments to that as recently as Tuesday. So you can see here that what has occurred over the last 6 months was a look at existing data sets that we had available, which suggested need for housing units, both in rental and ownership, as well as housing repair at various income categories. And this all came from the BOA report, which is a locally generated and paid for report from the city of Asheville that covers our region. It includes specific data for Buncombe County. And so the committee spent a lot of time looking at what are the needs that are provided by this report, and then what goals would be reasonable and or ambitious to set, and coming to a consensus at the committee level on what those goals would be. And so the current status of the draft goal is that Buncombe County will impact 2,800 affordable housing units by 2030. This includes 1,500 rental units, 400 ownership units, 500 home repair units, and 400 ownership or rental units for what was traditionally referred to as workforce housing. But at the committee's direction, we're looking for a better word for that, because our workforce is at all kinds of income levels. But that is for those households at 80 to 120% AMI, so just above what's traditionally classified as affordable incomes. And the committee has more work to do in this goal setting. So there are future additional goals which have been identified, including evaluating and setting goals around units for homelessness, units and access ownership for BIPOC households, units and access for households that hold vouchers, for individuals with disabilities and individuals who are elderly, senior, or older adults. And recently, a discussion and possibly goal setting surrounding individuals who are justice involved. And so going forward for the rest of this fiscal year, there is a schedule. Part of that will include an evaluation of the upcoming fiscal year's Affordable Housing Services Program proposals. So that'll take a big chunk of the spring. Before that, the committee intends to look at homeless goals, evaluating what the county's role is in that process, looking at best practices, both in other North Carolina counties and across the nation, looking at what our partners at the city are doing on those efforts, and what programs are needed and what facility needs might exist. So trying to take a comprehensive look at that. They'll launch into looking at the Affordable Housing Services Program proposals and bring back recommendations to the board for both funding and project support. And then hopefully in late fiscal year 22 and the beginning of FY23, they're going to be looking at that. We have traditionally referred to as workforce, housing, and setting goals and programs and looking at around that activity as well. And then thereafter, in 23, they are pretty schedule looking at some of those other goal setting items. The outcomes and key takeaways from the committee through this process are, there are four. One, that there are significant resources in both funding and staff that are needed to achieve the goals that have been set and that they anticipate will be set, and to make a definitive impact on the affordable housing needs that we're seeing in the community. Also, the consideration and the moving forward on the Trust for Public Land feasibility study. That partner capacity building is needed for affordable unit construction. So we have a lot of traditional partners that we work with. Those entities will likely need some capacity expansion, as well as introducing and bringing in other entities to provide that kind of, or be able to attain those kind of goals. The program supporting unit construction for households in that traditional workforce range. The county actually did have a program that existed a number of years ago. It was very underutilized. That program will be evaluated, a complete overhaul of how we approach that. Again, looking at those data that we collect and the analysis of goal setting work that the community would do. And finally, one of the larger takeaways is that redevelopment of county-owned properties is a real opportunity for success. And so with that, and and related to the item that the board considered on Tuesday night, is the discussion of county-owned properties in and around the downtown area. And these include clusters of properties along Valley Street, Cox Avenue, and Woodfin Street. They are mapped here. See, that's the Register of Deeds office. And then the planning, zoning, share of annex, structure, and properties. A number of surface lots and structures along Cox Avenue. And then the surface parking area at 35. And so next steps will be continued goal setting and the regular program activities. So continuing that work of effectively executing the Affordable Housing Services Program. Recruiting and onboarding community development division staff necessary to support these efforts. Providing data to the Trust for Public Land for the feasibility study and doing an analysis of that report. And then moving forward on the downtown feasibility studies. Which based on staffing needs and bringing out the staff, we anticipate to launch early. Over to
Staff reward.
All right, well, I've got, thanks, Matt. That was a great presentation. Parker. Additional comments?
Sure. Let's talk about folks and dreams and goals.
Sure. Yeah. So I want to pass around something that I'm working on. I just finished writing this morning, and this is kind of going a little bit into the weeds, but it's just a few thoughts I wanted to share about one piece of these goals that we're setting. You know, the goal of the 1,500 affordable apartments, right? Like that's the biggest of those goals we've set up there. There's home ownership goals as well, and you know, kind of workforce housing or whatever we're going to do. How do we describe that? So this 1,500 unit rental units for households by 2030 is the biggest of those goals. So I've just and we've really been spending a lot of time looking at what other communities around the state are doing. You know, what Durham City, Durham County, Charlotte, Mecklenburg, Wake County, Raleigh, what's happening all around the state. And it's pretty exciting. I mean, you know, the challenges we have in Buncombe County around affordable housing, I mean, we've got it, you know, as bad as anybody, I think, in North Carolina, but we're not alone. I mean, all the communities that are growing fast are experiencing this challenge to varying degrees around affordable housing. And there's a lot happening around the state. So I just wanted to kind of share a few thoughts, and I'm not going to read this whole thing, so you can take this home and kind of look over it if you're interested in the details. But one of the things that I kind of think emerged to us is that there are some exciting new opportunities to really scale up our work in the space in a way that's really financially doable. I think in some ways, like our housing market is so crazy. In a lot of cases, people just almost have the sense of despair of like, there's just nothing we can do about it, right? Like it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, and only rich people will live here. And it's just, that's the way it's going to turn out. But in terms of going to this goal of 1,500 affordable rental units, it's a really compelling goal. You know, the Bowen report that was done is considered from a in-depth analysis of affordability in our community. You know, one of the key things there is it identified over 7,000 households in Buncombe County where the families in those households pay more than half of all of their income just to rent, right? So it is this big problem. Even if we achieve this goal of 1,500 units, we don't solve this problem. Like we're not going to solve this problem in a few years. But this would be a significant increase over what we've been doing up to this point as a community. And I think it could be for the first time where the problem's actually we're actually making, you know, the problem's not getting worse. Like if we can start going in this trajectory, we would actually be starting to move in the right direction as a community. Although it'll definitely be a longer term goal to pursue beyond this. One of the key things that I think stood out to me is this opportunity around a broader use of the National Housing Tax Credit Program. programs to help us meet the strategy. You know, some challenges that our society faces are just so big and tough. Like you can't solve them just with local programs and just with national programs. You like the climate crisis, you know, like the federal government can't solve it all, Buncombe County can't solve it all. We need, you know, solutions that kind of draw on all these resources. And one of the opportunities for resources that we have minimally utilized as a program are around these affordable housing tax credits. Like we basically use this strategy today to do like one project per year in Buncombe County using this tax credit program. It's a very competitive program, but there's another part of that housing tax credit program that's basically kind of more uncapped. And it's been less utilized here because it does require more investment from the community level. So if you look at where we were at a few years ago, we basically weren't investing enough resources into the space to make it possible to do more of these kinds of projects. But now we are moving into the place where it is possible. We've done several of these, like this year, we actually did 2 of them. So, but it really creates the opportunity to scale at the level where meeting these kind of goals that seem like maybe impossible at first blush really are feasible. And so this memo that I wrote up basically kind of looks as like a case study at this recent now housing project that we funded using ARPA funds. So I just kind of wanted to touch on a couple of things here. So like as an illustrative example, the Lakeshore Apartments project on Hendersonville Road, just off Hendersonville Road, is a 120 unit development, deeply affordable, 60% AMI, as consistent with our goal. So to meet this 1,500 unit goal, we basically need to build like 12 to 13 projects of that size by 2030 to meet that goal. So that is a big lift, but it's not like an impossible goal. Like if you build a couple of those every year, we can get to this goal. The county invested, there's a total of $3.7 million of local investment, 2.5 from the county, 1.2 million from anticipated from Dogwood. So about $31,000 of local investment in that project. A total of $3.7 million. But because it qualifies for housing tax credits, the housing tax credits bring in $9.6 million. So that's sort of the power of this program. Is that if we start building more projects that use that structure, qualify for housing tax credits from this national policy that we draw down. So if we think about building 12 or 13 of these projects at that scale between now and 2030, if Lakeshore is kind of a model, it will end up costing our community a little over $50 million to do that. That's not necessarily all county money. It might be city, county, Dogwood. It's like about $52 million investment to reach that goal. So again, it's a big investment, but it's not beyond our community's capacity to do this. But if we try to achieve this goal and we don't utilize the tax credit program as a key part of our strategy, and we invested $52 million, like looking at other projects that were kind of in the mix, basically we would end up building around 400 units by not using the tax credit program. So there are some projects that won't qualify for tax credit. So I'm not saying it's the only strategy, but it's a key strategy. And so I just wanted to kind of put a few thoughts down on paper around kind of why that's sort of emerging as a key opportunity. And one of the things that as we think about that goal, maybe fleshing it out, we might want to think about what percentage of those units we want to specifically pursue utilizing these affordable housing tax credits. So anyway, that's kind of what this is about. So I just had in my head, part of this was just me sort of wanting to write it down, kind of organize my own thoughts, but I wanted to share that with folks here today. So, Parker, Amanda, any other thoughts you have or comments you want to make, or any questions from the commissioner?
No, the only other thoughts or something I was reading about yesterday is how this reconciliation bill in Congress, I think, would expand the 9% program, which could make it slightly easier for us, or at least the state as a whole. The other thing, my understanding is, I don't know if it's through NCHFA or what they have people here in this, but there is a statewide cap on quantity of technologies. There is, but we're not, as a state, we're not getting close to reaching that.
My understanding is that we're approaching that maximum at this point. But I will say, kind of like every other program, the funding is dynamically changing at the federal and state level. And so I think that there are definitely potentially opportunities as those programs are expanded and being modified or potentially additional external funding that maybe has been more constrained. Months and years.
I'll just say that. To look at, and especially also appreciate the efforts here to look how we can leverage those other funds.
Yeah, I would echo that. This is very exciting. Feels like a step forward in our work around affordable housing. So very excited. I'd like to spend, as we move forward with this, just understand a bit more how we will think about projects that would qualify for 4%, but might also be an important addition. And just sort of some ways for us to think systematically and consistently about those. Just stepping back for a second, with each of these presentations, I think one thing that's exciting is that we kind of have we have the language of the strategic plan, which kind of gets us to 2025. We have in each of these core program areas, pretty big ambitious goals. The renewable and this would be benchmarked at 2030 with universal pre-K. I think that remains a question to be seen. And then we have the comp plan sort of on the horizon after that. So I feel like we're really starting to lay the groundwork for how to do some sort of major structural work in the years and decades ahead. That is exciting to kind of take a moment to just reflect on across these core priority areas.
I appreciate you specifically bringing up the point about what do we do with the projects that don't quite fit within this, if this is the direction we head, because we know there's going to be those projects that come up that we do want to be a partner in, because they're important to our community, they're serving a need, and particularly a need for folks that may not fit within this traditional model. So I want to make sure that we're not leaving anyone behind that needs affordable housing, as we are setting these goals. Whether it is that below 30% AMI or what has traditionally been the workforce housing. I know everybody's probably tired of me talking about 80 to 120, but as our cost of living increases, our housing costs are exorbitant. Those folks who would normally not fit within the realm of affordable housing need affordable housing more than ever. So I'm really glad that we're broadening our scope and looking at that as well as this traditional 60 to 80% affordable housing. I think we're in the mix of having some of those conversations, Jasmine, about how we partner with those organizations that are not quite fit within what we're headed. And staffing up to make sure that we're able to meet those goals. I think that's a key component of being able to meet these goals. We can set lofty goals and work months all day long, but unless we have the staff capacity to do it, it's all for nothing.
Can we pull up the slide on the downtown properties again? At this timeline?
Switch it on and off.
Website?
Second.
Next slide, next slide. Oh, there are clicker issues?
There we go. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay. Okay, that's great.
And don't forget very rare.
Yeah, where does it?
Yeah.
That would be where
It's faster than this. But
Yeah,
it's already started, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, what we are contemplating for fiscal year 23 has already been done.
Right.
So, you know, a year sooner or
Yeah.
Who knows? There's a lot of moving parts. And this is just a very rough.
So it could be faster.
That's. Yeah.
The major trade-off when we talk Ferry Road versus some of these properties is, Ferry Road is completely open space. So there's no infrastructure, whereas if we look at Cox Avenue, clearly, you've got roads, sidewalks, utilities. So different pace, but we're slightly ahead in the sense that we've started thinking about concepts, what that density could look like.
And some of these other properties, I mean, these properties are all downtown, but they're not all the same. Some of them have existing buildings on them, programming going on there. Others are just a parking lot, right, that we could do without. So the RFP, I mean, maybe we haven't gotten to the level of detail yet, it's a conversation, but I mean, it might end up being a series of RFPs, I might imagine, right? Or are we just thinking of just doing one and doing them all together? Is that the right way to do it? Because, I mean, some of these are kind of like much more ready to go than others, right? So why should we hold up the ones that are just like the parking lot that does nothing for us while we, where it might be a pretty straightforward proposition as opposed to think about all these properties at the same time.
And I guess and I'll refer to the team that we've been working on it, but the idea around a master development, so it would be, we're not looking at this as in sequence. How can we look at all and then pick the best one that's ready to go and go with that? That would be the thought.
I like that last part.
Yeah. So like having 5 different developers on the site, but which is ready to go, and then we move forward out as we're working on designing on the others. So we're thinking about a master developer kind of idea, and then whichever project is ready to go, then you design that first and go. So you're right, there are parking lots that you don't have to clear a building, or you don't have to clear trees like in Ferry Road. But having that designer and having that one focus.
Just as a caveat, with any downtown property, sometimes you run into a Swiss cheese of distressing things below the ground. So we're talking any number of infrastructure related to MSD and water lines, and sometimes you come across mystery items. So I think that should be part of the analysis as well, that we look at, what's under the subsurface from a geotechnical perspective, because those costs quickly add up as well.
I guess I would just offer, I think some of them are more complicated than others. If there are opportunities to move on some of the ones that stand out as perhaps the most straightforward near-term development opportunities. I'm excited we're looking at all of them, and I appreciate the staff's willingness to kind of take all these properties into the mix of the discussion, but if some are more straightforward than others, I'd love to see this go forward as soon as we can.
And before we leave this, Ronnie, well, I agree with everything that's been said. But one of the points that was mentioned was homelessness. And folks, we gotta be serious about that. I mean, we're putting Band-Aids on the problem. And as I drive around Asheville now, it concerns me because it's eating us alive. And when I hear friends of mine tell me now they're concerned about coming to Asheville because of the panhandlers, because of what they see, we've got to, and I'm sympathetic with the homeless, but I don't want to see us create a permanent homeless community in Asheville. And I don't want to see that in any community. But it's the 800-pound gorilla, I feel, that here in the community now, everybody is tiptoeing around, but we got to deal with it and do it. I mean, and be serious about it.
One of the other, I think, important kind of policy issues or sort of realities we find ourselves in the affordable housing space that stood out because like time we spent just researching what's happening is like the this important federal program besides like just this like the tax credit program is in our country to address affordable housing and homelessness related issues is like the federal voucher program, right? In our communities eligible for a certain number of vouchers, and then people can use those to get housing anywhere that there's a landlord who's willing to rent. People can take vouchers in our community, so it's not just like public housing and things like that. But there's just literally not enough landlords that do that in our community. and that's one of the great things about these projects we can build is that basically all the developers do take vouchers. Like this is the biggest, besides well, outside of public housing, which is involved in administering it, it's the biggest place where people can take vouchers. But right now, our community is eligible to get like several hundred additional vouchers every year that basically kind of go unused in our community because there's just literally not enough affordable units out there where landlords will take them. So as we start building up these strategies, it has kind of a synergistic effect of also enhancing our ability to draw down some of those kinds of resources, which definitely, I mean, it won't solve the homeless thing by itself for sure, but it's all, I think these things are all, it'll definitely benefit us. Like that person was quoted in the newspaper about like, you know, in one of these like tent developments that's happened, one of the resident service said, you know, I've been on the housing authority wait list for a long, long time, and I'm still years away from getting into public housing. But if we could draw down more of these vouchers, more folks who live in public housing have other alternatives, it all kind of relates together to create more spaces in the community. So anyway, we can talk about it all day, but any other comments on this before we? All right, thanks, Matt. What's next, Avril?
So. Some of the discussion, not that we weren't discussing all along, but I think we can guidance on this one as well.
Yep, as Avril said, a discussion, want to level set a little bit about what's going on with community centers currently in terms of funding and some of the activities there. Welcome DK, Lillian, Rachel to chime in as well, because we sort of talked about this as a group. So kind of bottom line up front, you know, with respect to community centers, you know, no centralized requirements for use and role of the centers, you know, in our current environment. They're, you know, by nature, they're separate. I think it's fair to say that funding needs are not fully known with respect to community centers because there's no centralization of that. Because of the lack of centralization, you have the possibility for issues around funding inequity and inclusion. Community center in certain neighborhoods may benefit more than others, that type of thing. In general, missed opportunity to engage the community and offer, you know, public services through these community centers. And then in general, insufficient information around an allocation-based model. So those are just some of the issues, and problem statement, probably not fair, just kind of, it's the way we've operated for a long time, and so we wanted to spend some time and sort of look at it a little bit differently. So as part of that effort, there was a community center survey that was issued in July of 21. Goal of the survey was to really understand within community centers, you know, what are the amenities that are offered, the different types of programming and services. I would also assess from those community centers, you know, what would you do differently potentially if you had additional funding. And so out of the list of 35 centers that we surveyed, we had about 15 respond, which is not a terrible response rate, I would add. And just an example of the type of responses we've seen there. The table on the right gives you a sense of how the community centers, you know, how they're structured in terms of the amenities. So you can see, generally speaking, all community centers offer meeting space, probably not surprising. You can see facility rentals, kitchens, you know, playgrounds, things of that nature. As you shift further down the list, you begin to see more specific amenities that maybe are less common, you know, ability to have fishing or specific types of sports, things like that. In terms of how community centers have been funded historically, this is just a snapshot from 21, but you know, we have prior years data as well. You can see a handful of community centers here, in this case 6, and you can see the grant dollars that have been allocated to these respective community centers through different means. So we have you know, the community recreation grants process, the strategic partnership grants process, and you can see those allocations there. You can see a small contribution by cooperative extension, and then the community connector contract as well. So that's an example of how these things have been funded. There may be other examples of funding that I'm not privy to, but just wanted to share. So the team wanted to propose something for commission to think about. And so that's this part of the presentation. So from our perspective, we wanted to offer up, there's potentially two pathways for supporting our community centers. And those pathways are broken up based on whether or not it's a county-owned facility as a starting point. So with respect to county-owned facilities, what we've offered is that Buncombe County should, budget for facility repairs and maintenance on an ongoing basis for those specific community centers. We own the centers, thus we should take care of them, just like we would with any other facility, park, etc. These facilities would still be eligible for other types of grants. So, community center wanted to pursue a recreation grant or strategic partnership grant for programming. We would believe that's an acceptable use. However, we would expect, facility repair and maintenance to kind of fall into the typical, general services budget as a typical. With respect to privately owned facilities, these are privately owned, and thus we're not able to maintain those for a variety of reasons. But we would expect those privately owned facilities to take advantage of grants, just like any other private entity that is eligible for a grant. So pushing those community centers into recreation grants, strategic partnership grants, etc. In both of these scenarios, I'm at bullet 2 at this point. We think there's a need for ongoing evaluation of kind of what's going on. So with county-owned centers, just like we do a facility study to assess, the current use of 35 Woodfin, we think we should do the same with those county-owned facilities. Just evaluate them over time. What's the state? Do they need repair? Is there, a need for a new building, whatever it is. Similarly, with our privately owned facilities, want to have that same type of question, but more about the program, less about the maintenance of those actual facilities. In general, want to spend some more time ensuring that the process prioritizes equity. So we're making sure that our community centers across the county are funded fairly, equitably. And then maybe most importantly, but kind of a separate question, is how do we as a county government use those community centers to engage the public? So these are kind of separate questions. We have a maintenance and repair question, but then we have how do we use these centers to offer services to engage the public? So that's a different kind of ask, but refers to kind of an engagement. So I'll pause there to see DK, Lillian, Rachel, anything I've missed, anything y'all would like to chime in on? So a little bit about the funding, and again, this is a proposed framework. Welcome your thoughts. So with our county-owned centers, we'd like to make sure the general services tasked primarily to take responsibility for those facilities, and with the first step being to complete an assessment of those facilities. And so we've begun that process. We're tagging on to a similar assessment of our park facilities, and we expect to have this done by the March timeframe of this year. So just visiting these facilities, assessing safety, ADA compliance, just general maintenance, things of that nature. From there, we do what we always do. We take the list of needs, recognize we can't accomplish it all in 1 year, and begin to prioritize and build a plan for how we will maintain these facilities over time. This would appear in the budget, so you can see it as part of the budget and general services. With our privately owned facilities, what we'd like to do is we've now taken a snapshot of funding for the past 3 years. I showed you FY21. Let's use that as kind of our baseline, and then have that similar assessment. Do we have enough funding for privately owned centers in those line items across the different grant programs? If not, we would look to commission to give us the signal to increase that funding. In general, though, there is a thought, it's not fully fleshed out today, but a question of should we have sort of a one-stop shop for community center funding? So instead of sending folks to multiple grants and different grant cycles, should we just have a single, grant funding cycle for community centers? We're not there today because a lot of our grant processes are already in flight for this year. So not prepared to do that in this fiscal year, but potentially if commission was led or wanted to instruct staff to do that, we could look at that for the coming year. In terms of our milestones. We've got some upcoming milestones related to community recreation in the January and March timeframe. With applications closing in April 10th. Additionally, we hope to have, in July, awards approved and executed. And then, finally, the final bullet here is that facility assessment plan, which speaks to how and when we'll sort of address some of these center issues. So that's a lot. I know this is the first time for y'all to see this, but really wanted to get some input from y'all on, does this make sense? Does this sort of meet some of the questions that have been asked? Are there other things you expect to see? That type of thing.
This is super helpful. I apologize if I missed that. How many total community centers do we have?
Great question. And so the definition of community center is something that I think we need to talk about. So,
Okay.
and I'll give you, this is just a snapshot.
35. Okay. And how many are county-owned facilities?
Of that, those are in asterisks, and there's 4.
4. And then some of these are within the city.
That's correct.
Some are nonprofit. Okay. Gotcha.
Can I ask a related question? Are there other community centers that don't have the word community center in them and are therefore just, they kind of are, but they're just not called exactly those words, and so are not other ones?
Like Friendship Center and stuff like that, they don't say community.
Oh, right, yeah. I bet there's others too, like where maybe a neighborhood has a place that they do kind of consider that. But maybe they still a log list already though.
Like Murphy, Oakley, and Burke Street, that's city property, right? City. Yeah. City.
And this is a really, I mean, this is great. This has been like 17 and 33 belong to Neighbor Street are providing pretty acute emergency needs. Others here are sort of membership based, nonprofit. So, okay.
And, this is the list we surveyed, and one of the key questions is, what is a community center? I think that's very open to interpretation, something we will work on defining. But we did, this is the group we surveyed, so wanted to be candid about that. But also we wanted to sort of present something that moves the needle. And so the way that we offer to do that is focusing on those county-owned centers from a maintenance perspective, making sure that they're the best they can be. But then for these other community centers, recognizing their programming needs. And so sort of recognizing that and those grant sources being a source to support those programming needs, even if they are very specific.
So I can speak to this. First of all, I appreciate you all looking at this. I know from the standpoint of some of the ones that are county owned, I think the approach that you're considering could be very positive because they have, the reality is, as you know, they're nonprofits, they're raising all the money, they're all volunteer, most of them are completely volunteer organizations. Those are county-owned buildings, which do have a lot of upkeep. So I'm sure that option that it looks like you're looking at could be very viable and helpful. And I'm sure that they will continue to have to do the other fundraising, things like that as well, or additional things that they want to do beyond what the county saw as maintenance. I'd also say that what you get on as far as them, I feel like they have been, from what I've seen from talking to people, underutilized through the years, because these are the places where they know the people in the community, they're able to pull those people and get those resources. So from the perspective of the county, in those more rural areas, it's a great way to do that community engagement and provide resources out in the community that currently isn't really being done. So I think there's some really good potential as far as looking at I'd say the more challenging aspect of it is being to figure out those privately owned facilities. That's where I see it being a bit more of a challenge in that aspect.
So to your point, Commissioner, one of the things we talked about then would be that they could apply for, just like they do now, they can apply for grants to help with programming or repair maintenance of their facility. But it would be private owned, would be competitive grant process that we would want them to go forward with. On the county owned facility, currently we don't put any funding right now into maintenance of the buildings, nor do we charge rent for those facilities. So to your point, if we are gonna start investing in those facilities, I would want to make sure that the board has a way to get back some of that, which is through using the facility for community engagement. We want to make sure we can block out whatever it's a day, when it's bunkum, it's gonna be there. And we have a space that we can come and we can work with the communities, whether it's through engagement, whether it's our community market, whether it's we want to have a lick at those locations on some days, but we want to have a space that the county can use instead of having to always go looking for space.
So again, a framework, welcome additional input from the board.
And the other thought that we've had that's not fully fleshed out, as we get into doing an assessment of our park space and a recreation space, what are these community centers doing? You're putting funds into it that we can make sure the community has full access to. And what is the greater need for us in those communities when it comes to recreation and when it comes to parks?
I think that's a really important part of the conversation, because in reality, some of these are actually, that's what they're doing, is they're providing that, because they're so far from any of our other recreational resources, and they've been doing that completely on their own.
I think it's, I like the idea. Instead of asking us to apply different, just sort of saying, this is a kind of a distinct need, let's figure out what we're looking for, and have a distinct process for folks to pursue this. But we would then ask them, like, don't apply strategic partnership, we've got a place for this to go, so that they would be steered there, not applying there, in addition to doing all the other applying that they're doing to other budgets. Is that the thought?
That is to try to, the best we can.
Yeah.
Steer.
I don't want to make heads explode. She's always a great way to start a comment. For community center, when community centers are serving the same neighborhoods that libraries are, is there an opportunity for us to kind of step back and ask the community what they want to see delivered at both of those places and think about the role that each plays in the neighborhood? In sort of a more holistic way of thinking about what community.
Yes, and we've been talking about, we don't have a needs assessment around recreation, and where we know we have a goal in our strategic plan about having recreation facilities close to you within a 5 miles, I believe, radius.
Yeah.
So you're right, if we need to start funding these things, what role, how can we help the events or strategy? Is it through recreation, or is it through libraries, or what does that look like?
Right.
So that bigger need conversation is something that we also have.
Does any of that happen under the umbrella of a comp plan, or is this totally separate sort of assessment?
It can't, okay.
Yeah, so you have what's called concurrency management. Concurrency management is making sure that you have enough of a service in each geographical area. And it covers everything from critical facilities, whether that be fire, police protection, library, community center, absolutely the study of making sure you have equitable distribution across the country.
Great.
And the other thing that we need to work on too is locations, to Terry's point earlier, EMS stations.
Yeah.
We know downtown we need another station, so that fits, but as we look out beyond, something that we need to be working on is, where do we need to house these ambulances for quick response to really address our response needs? Another thing around that concurrency management we're thinking about.
Upside too, we have a request from Recreation Services for a
Louder.
plan to grow.
Oh, sorry.
From Recreation Services to have a master plan that would flow from the comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan will give us the basis, and then a consultant can further that more specifically through recreation and say, these are the needs of this community. But that is the for future funding. Great. Thank you.
I have a quick comment. The comment about not applying to strategic partnerships, it did jog my memory about
as we think about the funding opportunities available, having a broader conversation as we move down the road about a streamlined application process to take away some of those confusions about who can apply for what. So maybe it, it is an overarching application in some kind of way. I'm not verbalizing it as well as what is in my head right now, Rachel.
That makes sense. You're talking about sort of a single application that could feed into multiple grant
Feed into
programs.
multiple pots of money to make it easier for those organizations who are applying.
Another consideration for commissioners to be thinking about is leaving the funding in a competitive space. Some of these grant programs do have limitations on how many times an organization or project can be funded. So if there's an expectation of ongoing funding or partnership, that could be in conflict with leaving it in a competitive space. So being sure that that's the approach.
Makes perfect sense. I got it. Thank you.
I have a question. Have we funded community centers that are owned and operated by municipal governments? I feel like we did like the basketball court at Westlake Grant Center a number of years ago, but I think, but it's not actually not owned by the city of Asheville.
Housing.
Owned by the housing authority. Maybe it used to be or something.
Wesley Grant,
Housing
by the
authority.
city of Asheville.
Is it?
Well, look, that's in my neighborhood. Yeah, right down the hill there. It's
I think
owned
we
by
worked
the
with
city
housing
of Asheville.
authority on that
Yeah.
proposal, so.
I've been on several deals working.
So I think we funded the court placement a number of years ago. But I can't think of others. So I guess but a lot of these are municipal rec centers, right? So I
Yeah.
guess just like
Burton Street, Stevens, city of Asheville.
so, I mean, how would the staff have current thinking around that? Like, maybe you don't want to never say never, but like generally, that's maybe a different government's sort of responsibility. We're kind of focused on these community facilities, but what's the current thinking about eligibility for other government facilities?
Yep, and I think if we talk about maintenance versus programming, I think that'd be our first break. And so on maintenance, I think any jurisdiction's facilities, they need to maintain their own. Programming, though, I think is different. There might be an interest in partnering on programming in any number of jurisdictions that benefits strategic plan goals on any number of areas. So, but I think that's open to the commission and to y'all that work in this board.
For us, it was programming for competitive reasons. If you apply and we're talking equity, and this is that really, if you're looking at equity, a lot of those communities are in the city limits or out in M or other areas. So if they apply for funding, then for a program that's going to really advance that mission for us, we will look to say that they could apply and we would evaluate that application.
So the city could apply as part of the process.
This is just a quick map to give you a sense of distribution of community centers, probably not surprising to you. Many located obviously in Asheville city limits, but with some in various locations. Rob.
If nothing else, we can take another quick 5-minute break though, and then we can get into prioritization. Or we can go right into it. And Parker, I'm sorry.
Short break.
Short break. All right, our last topic this afternoon now is gonna be that prioritization that will give us our goals and projects for next year. So Raphael Baptiste is gonna lead us in that process.
All right, it's always fun being the last person between you and, well, not here. So we'll try to do this. So we're gonna do two pieces to this section. The first piece is just to quickly review the survey that you all did over the last week around prioritizing the goals within the focus areas. And then we're gonna actually talk about the projects and rank the projects you all would like to see included or evaluated as part of the upcoming budget process. So starting with the survey. Next. There we go. All right, so you might have noticed it, we did it a little differently this year. Last year, we asked you all to rank the different focus areas against each other. But in reflecting upon that, we realized that if you want to achieve your strategic plan by 2025, we really need to rank all the focus areas as a top priority every year, and instead focus on elements in it. So we asked you to rank the goals within each focus area. So we're going to walk through them. So in the educated and capable community, you can see that increasing kindergarten readiness is clearly a priority of the board, followed by improving college and career readiness, and increasing third grade literacy kind of at the same level there. And then a little behind it, protecting older residents' ability to age in place. So that's your educated and capable focus area. Within the environmental energy stewardship, there's only two goals in this one, but they are somewhat broad goals. But by a slight margin there, preserving farmland and environmentally sensitive tracts of land was kind of the top priority, followed by reducing greenhouse gas emissions. With your resident well-being, you had quite a few goals here, but really the focus seemed to be on reduction in use and deaths of opioids and substance abuse, followed by reduction of our jail population. And then we saw expansion and maintaining cultural assets, which is a good tie to the conversation that Tim was just having with you all, and then increasing access to public transportation. And then within the vibrant economy focus area, the clear top priority was implementing land use strategies. So this is a really good alignment with the comprehensive plan. The fact that comprehensive plan really speaking here is great. And then we see increasing the median household income in Buncombe County, and then increasing targeted employment in our key sectors that we have identified as part of the strategic plan. So that's kind of how you all rank this. Before we move into the project prioritization, any conversation and discussion and questions that y'all would like to have. And happy to go back to any slides.
And commissioners, now you see it as a whole, do you still agree with those rankings? Are there anything that you think you need to talk about or change in any of the categories?
Okay, so we'll move on to the next part of this exercise, which if I recall last year, I think was y'all's favorite part of the exercise. Y'all really got into this. This is where you get to really be the drivers to tell us what you are interested in. And we're gonna do it a little differently this year. We're gonna do the same where everyone's gonna go and list the projects. We'll have you all rank them. But Rusty last year was nice enough to really develop this cool spreadsheet to rank it and to list the priorities, and gave us a spreadsheet. And this year, we're gonna actually do it live with you all. So we'll actually be able to show the scores live. We're gonna try to make this a little fun today. So Heather's gonna be writing down the projects. And just because I'm standing here on the left, Commissioner Sloan, if you would like to start, are there any projects or things that you would like to see included in the FY23 budgets.
Remind me how specific. Outward would it be?
If you have a very specific project that you want in any of these categories, you can tell us, because that's what we'd be looking for as we start building out our budget. I don't think of any, last year we had some ideas of projects that you already gave to us.
Yeah.
I don't have any.
So last year, it was kind of a combination. We saw a little bit of both, right? So I remember Commissioner Wells, you had some specific items around conservation easements, and what you wanted to see. Commissioner Beach-Rare, you had some specific items around pre-K. We also had some broader items around jobs, climate, and environmental. So we saw a mix and match. So you can give us either one. If it's a broader, here's something I just want to see incorporated, that's helpful. If you have a specific, here's the project I want, that is also helpful.
It's rolling around in the back of my mind so far today. Last year when we did this, we talked about funding for a lobbyist. I'd love to see us bring on a lobbyist in advance of the next general assembly session.
That is
Sorry.
a lobbyist.
Kind of hinted at this earlier, but increasing our kind of annual general fund funding for affordable housing. Let's see, Buncombe County, I think for the first time ever provide annual predictable dollars behind sidewalks and bike lanes. And I'll just give you a general climate and environment, super broad bullet point for that.
Yeah. Commissioner Beach-Rare?
I'm very predictable. I'd like to see us adopt a formal policy endorsing universal pre-K and develop a funding strategy around accelerating the scaling of pre-K. And I'd like to see, I know this is in the works, but I'll just lift it up because we haven't talked about it yet today. The opiate settlement funding is incoming. The strategies will invest in, some of which are programs already underway, like community paramedic program, medication assisted treatment. Others are projects like the low barrier shelter that we're in discussion with the city and Dogwood about doing due diligence around. So just kind of carving out space for that. I think I will stop my list there, but I'd like to co-sign on a few. Commissioner Sloan, maybe we're doing that later.
Yeah, we'll do the co-signing and all that. So what we'll do is we'll get all the projects in, we'll combine them if needed, and then we'll move into kind of the co-signing and the ranking of them.
And I think that maybe that would be framed as crisis response as a broad category versus rather than the drill down to community.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards?
Yes, so mine is in regards to the community paramedics, maybe in a little different place than HRR was, but looking at funding apprenticeships for those high demand jobs specifically to funnel high school students into the paramedic programs, because we know that that is a need in our community. We want to increase our community paramedic program, and in order to do that, we're gonna have to have folks that are trained to do it. So looking at funding paid apprenticeships for students who are specifically interested in paramedics. And maybe some other programs as well, but that's where my mind is today.
Any other projects?
I
Any
would
other
sign on
folks?
to some others, but that's my big one right now.
Okay, perfect. Chairman Newman?
Well, I'm really glad that we've already got accomplished with this important priority last year, which was the Lake Julian paddle boat project. So, down there all the time. I love it. So, I can check that out.
So
You know-
once it's already accomplished, you're good.
Definitely my highest priorities are already up here. For me, in terms of the things I want to, advocate for in terms of expansions, which would be on the affordable housing and on the climate solutions, and maybe could we just kind of like lump everything into that category? Parker, would you be good with that, like climate? Because we need another word with the.
I'm trying to think back to last year, if it's better to make these things more vague or more specific.
More vague. I specifically remember that conversation. Like, so I think we got to be vague. We got to stick together on this. Right?
If it helps, last year you guys landed on
That's what I'm
climate
coordinating now. If we get two different climate-y things up there, it doesn't work out right.
So Matt has the language that y'all used last year for the environmental. What was the language?
It
Matt?
was climate protection and renewable energy.
But then there was something else that was like it in the boat.
No, we had climate protection, and then we had renewable energy.
Renewable energy,
So
yeah.
we had to smash them together to get it to the list.
Yeah.
I feel like it was like
Right, so
hard.
if you keep it together.
So I'm sticking with what Parker's got up there. Yeah, but I'm good with the list. I'm good with the list.
All right, Commissioner Wells.
So tying on to that, so yes, I'd say my focus would be around the climate environment, which the subcommittee will be working together to prioritize goals with that. Obviously, conservation is still one of those key aspects when I feel like we need to focus on. I actually as well, that was something that I'm very interested in focusing on as well. And I'm still going to put broadband up there. I know we're focused on it with the ARPA funds, but I don't want us to lose that because that's not mentioned anywhere in here. And I still feel that that is a priority that we need to get accomplished. So I just want to make sure we still speak to that. And I'll think on it. I think I'm good.
All right, Commissioner Presley.
Okay, 6 years straight homestead tax here, to help our elderly people out. We've talked about it, know that it's got to be more than the commissioner doing it. And I just feel like we've helped a lot of people here in the last couple of years with some of their bills or whatever you want to call it with things. But I still think we have got to protect some of the natives been here because we are getting them out of here. We're getting overpriced, which is good if you want to sell, but if you want to live here, it's very hard to continue to stay, especially the elderly people that cannot even afford their medicine or anything else. And one thing brought up today that I really like is continuing on our community centers, because that makes a lot of sense of being able to have community engagement and look for a place where we can get that community to come together and tell what they're looking for. And I know we don't have nothing in Bent Creek area. I know Bent Creek was on there, but it's just a raw piece of land with a shed on top of it. So I would like to see that right there. There's a couple other things up there, but them are my two priorities right there.
So when you say homestead, to your point, is a state legislation. So
It's a state, but I think we need to push it. I mean, heck, we're very proud of doing resolutions. So if we do a resolution to get it there, I'd like to do one.
You should hire that lobbyist.
I mean, that's been 6 years of talking about it, zero
I
response.
didn't know if you meant like we have our own local assistance program.
We do.
If you want to put that on the list, or are you talking going?
I'm talking about on that side.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. Commissioner Whiteside.
Well, when you get to the last, everybody put up what I want. One that I do want to be specific about is we've talked about apprenticeships and working with the community college and all. But I want to be specific. We need to look at it for jobs, programs, and apprenticeships for young minority students. Because that is a need in this community. I talked to a fellow there that are having problems now getting people in the program.
I have a question, I guess just in terms of the process, in terms of thinking about thinking about projects, and this may be opening up, this may be kind of going off in the wrong direction, this conversation, so. But if we don't talk about it somewhat now, I guess my question would be when we do talk about it, which is the, kind of the process we're gonna utilize for the next round of ARPA funding, because when you start thinking about projects, and there's the things we can do with our general fund, right? But then there's gonna be another $26 million of investment coming up that we have high confidence we're gonna need to make decisions on. Those funds will be available today, so that's gonna get here pretty quick. So not to figure it all out today, but does staff have some thoughts coming soon around when we might talk about it early in the year? Because if we're gonna do another solicitation or something like that, we need to happen quickly. And do we want to just make it open-ended, or when we think about some of these priorities, do we want to invite some more specific types of proposals? So
Our thought was not to be open-ended in this round. So if it was gonna drive to whatever points, then we can come back at a briefing in January and really dig into which projects you wanted. At our last time we did this and we went to you and got some themes, we ended up going open-ended. But this time we would love to really drill in on where you want to be and what projects you want. If it's, let's say it's affordable housing, because we know that's a big need. Let's just be specific in what we're asking for in that. So our goal will be to come to you in a brief and really drill into what are those topics. And this can help to drive some of that when we get these answers today, where you want to be. This can drive some of that information.
I think we should, I would be supportive of like having that conversation, you know, as early after the holiday, after the new year as we can, because May will get here quickly. And if we're gonna open up that RFP, then we need time to figure out what's in there, and we need to give the community and all the different potential partners time to develop really sound proposals to react to, you know, so because a lot of, when we think about what we're gonna do, there's like that amount of funding is in the short term, probably the biggest source of revenue to do a lot of projects.
And for me, as long as we're doing those one-time projects, because to the point we had on grants earlier, if we do take on a project that's gonna be ongoing, we need to figure out how to fund that after this goes away. So we would definitely come to you guys after the holidays and drill into where do you want to be, but we would not recommend an open-ended call for.
I agree with that too. Does anybody disagree with that general concept that let's be a bit more focused on ground?
All right, so we got two handfuls of projects up there. So as people reflect and look at that, I'll just read them out so everyone can hear them. Funding for a lobbyist, funding for affordable housing, reliable funding for sidewalks and, was it sidewalks and greenways or sidewalks and bikes, Commissioner Schlupp?
Specifically in this moment, sidewalks and bike lanes.
Okay.
Sure, perfect. It's not green.
Okay, thank you. We got climate solutions, universal pre-K, opioid settlement plan, how to use that, apprenticeship funding with a focus on paramedics, broadband, homestead tax, community centers and jobs and apprenticeship programs for minorities. Did we miss anything that y'all would like to see?
I forgot one.
Okay.
I kind of like what Parker said with a reliable funding stream for museums and cultural resources. Yeah, so that would include the arts, it would include science museums and such. Theater, children's museums.
And I'll just add climate and environment. I'm good with that broad category, but I think it's like
Climate and
climate and
environment.
solutions.
Okay, gotcha.
I like that. That's great.
Any other missing projects? All right.
Would it be a project or would it just be what we need as a county, what 115 openings we've got in the staff and pay attention to? We need to get the county back staff with all the people we're losing, the openings we've got. Would that be a priority for you? And it would be, I mean, we talked about the Commissioner last night.
Did you want to put up their staffing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind adding one kind of along those lines of building up our emergency services personnel and operations capabilities. Working on it already.
And looking at all avenues, I'm gonna reiterate, I think that's where apprenticeships can be really helpful. Emergency services to staff up.
All right, so we'll move on. You have something, Commissioner Beachfrere?
Should we add climate resilience issues under, or the kind of where emergency services and climate issues intersect?
Disaster
You cannot submit a climate issue.
No, I don't want to. Like wheel back.
Unless it's how you sabotage.
When we talk about the piece around the climate stuff, it's like intersection of public health, emergency preparedness, climate resilience. How do you describe that?
I think you're talking about when we had Fred, when we had tropical storm Fred, and we had to
Yes,
respond to that.
How do you name that?
So instead of climate, maybe it's response.
Response and
Is that what
recovery.
just got added?
Yeah, preparedness, response and preparedness.
And recovery.
Ronnie, you.
You should put it under climate solution. You should add.
That's what I was suggesting.
Okay.
That was my original suggestion.
Different bullets. I'm sorry, this as long as it's on that bullet point. Yes. that works.
Do you want that as a sub-bullet, capital, or
Okay,
its own bullet?
Yes, Jasmine, listen to Jasmine. She's on this.
So I'm gonna ask the question here. I know we had the whole conversation last year around the environment, but my role here is to try to take what you all think are the top priorities, to be able to translate that from county manager and budget to prepare a budget that fits y'all's needs. So the question I have to ask is, if we lump everything around climate solutions, is that going to make it too hard, too vague to prioritize? Or should we create some major buckets of there so we know where to prioritize? This is a question for discussion.
Well, our subcommittee is going to be prioritizing.
Okay.
Typically, you're not doing the response side, so I think that's a separate bullet versus what the subcommittee is working on, right? Because
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
what the subcommittee, if you look at your goals, you were talking about the water quality, the land preservation, those pieces, the solar energy or energy efficiencies things. But what Jasmine was leaning towards was more of the response side and recovery side of natural disasters, which is a little bit different from, even though it's caused by climate change, it might be coming from climate. That response piece is a little bit different. And
Oh, I thought he was asking a different question.
so, but
I'm
we
trying to
were
get to that question there of, should disaster response kind of be a separate item? Or should it be lumped in?
I put it down as a separate item, but when you guys vote, because to Brownie's point, last year when we had, it was so deep that the votes were not there on climate. So as you start thinking about it, if you lump everything there, then you don't have what it is we're trying to get into, because it's all lumped in.
Yeah, it's really on our subcommittee, I think, yeah. One way to think about it is like, our committee is not gonna work on how we respond to storms and aftermath. So. That.
The NCSTC priority for the coming year, so just something for us to be aware of.
I mean, honestly, if the comment is focused on like disaster response, I mean, I think it's actually probably a lot more into like emergency services than the climate one.
Right.
I just don't want two different bullet points that there would word climate in it because.
And strike the word climate and disaster. Disaster response.
I think last year it was like Parker was like green bank and I was like clean energy financing, like, and then it's like, they're the same thing, like, and then we're like, because they were divided, like it wasn't ranked as a priority unless you count them together. So that's what I don't think.
You're right.
Okay, so we got responsive recovery for natural disasters. Do we feel comfortable with that language as a separate bullet? Seeing quite a few head nods. Okay, all right, so unless there's any addition.
I do have a question, because the bullet before that is about emergency services. So are we keeping those as two separate conversations, the emergency services, which is paramedic type? Or are we putting emergency services and response to natural disasters together?
I wasn't trying to complicate, but in the last 12 months, we've had two major situations where we needed cross-departmental response to disasters. One was climate related, one was not. So I don't know, you all maybe have the best way to wordsmith that, but I think we should begin understanding this as part of how we think about the budget and our work moving forward.
So Avro, if I could throw a suggestion. So I used to work for the American Red Cross, and one of the things we talked about was blue sky and gray sky days, right? Blue sky is, I have a family health emergency, I call 911, the ambulance shows up. Someone breaks into my house, I call the sheriff's office, they show up with the deputy. That's a blue sky day. It's your standard day with your standard emergency. Gray sky days when you have an unexpected or a very large situation. Tropical storm Fred, pandemic, an active shooter situation, something like that, that's not your normal, that requires you to marshal more response resources than you normally would. And it requires you to move into more of an incident command model. So are you all okay with shifting them, thinking about kind of that normal operations of emergency services versus kind of that large scale disaster? Would you like to combine the two? Leave them combined.
Yeah, so those two bullets.
Leave them combined, okay.
And that's a very helpful framework.
We need to get the staff into respond, whatever we do.
Perfect. Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the next piece of this. So each of you has a yellow sticky in front of you. I believe each one of you has a pen. If you don't, let me know, I'll get you one. So what would be great if you could do is to go ahead and rank your top 5 bullets on this thing and just write them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and rank them from number 1 to number 5. Do your top 5. When you have completed your top 5, just lift up the thing and I'll come and get it. And then we'll go ahead and populate our spreadsheet. And if you need me to read anything, clarify anything, do let me know. Make it free all time.
You guys want me to put the Jeopardy theme song?
Apprenticeships is kind of on here twice too. Just noting that.
Yeah, it was the contexts were pretty different.
Yeah.
So
We could look at it as apprenticeships as the overarching umbrella and then plugging in where it's needed, where we need to direct those funds for the hiring.
No more homework. Yeah.
Commissioner Edwards, this used to be a gym.
It was, yes. This is the last remaining building of St. Genevieve of the Pines All Girls Catholic School. This was their gymnasium. It's really cool. Their locker room and cafeteria was downstairs. Now the office of the foundation. And there were a lot of historical preservation went into this building. It's really amazing. Thanks for asking. How's your
Yeah, I
out?
was noticing the flooring and the logo in the middle.
So that was initially painted by a ninth grade student, Catherine, when she was a student at St. Genevieve. And when the building was under renovation, she came back and recreated it from the days of being a 14-year-old at St. Genevieve. It's the original hardwood floor as well.
And I was dating when it was the chapel.
Right.
So I'm dating myself.
Nah, we won't tell anybody. We'll send it to Leno.
Yeah.
Like, they, right across. This is not a place for this. Move it upstream, down the stream, get out right here. Had to. Argue with them. Do you have a well there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Send it this link.
You didn't have any.
I know, I didn't do that.
Probably do what I'm doing now, keep something lost. Because he would play like Sam, he was all about playing. So, they were flooding. Playing up the street. Because they never like rebuilt the next day. I think within the two kind of. It's great for birds. Yeah. It is a problem. Dock is right there. Basically diverted. Basically just change the stream. I think you can't get it. They might have more. It might be more. It's funny because I'm always legislating on. But now that I see what they did, because they were something, but they could have stood over it, right? So, kind of a- even
We'll take you for that.
All right. Because technology is technology, we're not going to be able to do the big unveil that we were hoping to do. We'll have to send you the spreadsheet tomorrow. We apologize.
I fixed it, sorry.
Oh, never mind. All right, so we'll have to review all in a second here. Really leading to that under-promising, delivering what we had told you earlier. So, all right, so here we go. Can you zoom that in a little bit more? Yeah, we're working on making it bigger. All right, so not too unsimilar from last year. We have some clear kind of top priorities, then a handful of priorities are kind of bunched together. So we can see that affordable housing is clearly a top priority of the board. It's in the top 5 of 6 of you all. Climate and environmental solutions, it's similar. 6 people had it in the top 5. It's a little lower on score. What that tells me is It was probably the third or fourth choice for some folks, but it's still the number 2 there. We got apprenticeships, which we went ahead and combined. So that's there. Universal pre-K funding is right behind it, followed by broadband. Then we got EMS personnel and response recovery capabilities, homestead tax, opioid settlement plan, counties and staffing, community centers, and providing a reliable funding, a revolving fund for pedestrian cycle infrastructure. So that's the board station. Do y'all give you all some space to say, does this feel correct? Does this feel right? Any discussion you want to have or response you want to have to it?
Apprenticeships did kind of better than I would have like predicted, so I think it's kind of interesting with that. I mean, it's not something we really talked a lot about before, so it's interesting that that ranks up there. I think it was on my list too, but I was kind of surprised that overall
And I guess,
shows up that high.
yeah, I'm glad it's in there. I guess one thing is, oh, sorry. Are you also looking at how high they ranked? Because we ranked them in order. Like,
Yeah.
Did you take that into account with this?
Yeah, Matt, can you talk about the formula a little bit?
Yeah, so the formula, what it does is applies a points system to whatever you rank it at. So if you rank it at the top, you just put points, at the bottom.
I think I have a kind of yes and reaction of like, yes, everything up there is important, and there are a lot of really important budget priorities that didn't get discussed at all. I think so. I just want to make sure inform the process.
As we start looking at funding, so there's baseline funding in the budget.
Right.
So that baseline funding, for instance, there's funding already for early childhood, there's already funding in the baseline. After we get that and there's additional funds and these projects come forward from staff, as staff bring forward their projects, we start to rank them to make sure we're moving the needle on what you also want. That answers your question. So once we get through our baseline funding and we fund all the stuff that we need to fund, should there be additional funding coming in? And as staff also, we haven't gotten staff requests in. So as staff request lines up with what you want, they also get prioritized a little bit higher as we use your ranking to inform what staff is bringing forward.
Just not good. Homestead tax is a state policy that doesn't exist, right? It's not,
It does exist.
it does exist.
But I think what Robert is asking for is to expand the threshold of
Expand
the
it, yeah.
income levels,
Yeah.
so more people can qualify.
One question, I appreciated the debrief at the commission meeting on how the re-grants to homeowners went this year.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, I think it went pretty well. A lot of people used it, and one of the questions but it sounded like just from the discussion, like it was very staff intensive to do all that. So I'm just, I mean, one of the questions I kind of have been thinking about is like, is there a way to do something? If we're gonna continue in the future, is there a way to make it simpler so it's not as much staff time to administer in the future? And then again, it's just kind of a question. I'm not perfect discussion now, but that was in terms of what like it's in within our own control. I mean, I'm all with Robert on let's really adopt a resolution and work on advancing it at the state level. But that is one thing that's kind of more directly in our control.
We intend to bring that back once we're finished, all the applications given and everything got processed. We'll come back and let you know what the effective use of that was and how it worked. And we can look at ways to streamline the process as well.
I mean, I kind of feel like the fact that there's like, and I agree with Jasmine, I think it's useful exercise, but it is just kind of a quick exercise in a way. I mean, this doesn't to me like feel like it just kind of came up with this pretty quickly. To me, it's a pretty good reflection of priorities. But maybe the fact that there's not more discussion right now, I mean, in a way, I think it's reflective of the fact that we've had a lot of discussions about these, and I feel like we have some fairly strong, agreement around some of the priorities and some maturing strategies around where we want to go with it. So it's like, and we covered some of these earlier in this same meeting too. So I just.
So my takeaway is really continue funding on some of your priorities.
It's more of a continuation than a whole bunch of really brand new ideas.
The new one, and staff has talked about apprenticeships and fellowships and how do we actually start building that pipeline. So to see it there just reaffirms that we need to step into it this year. We haven't funded it. We have not talked about a paid apprenticeship. It was, you come work for us kind of thing. So we can dig into that and get some policies around it. I know Land of Sky is very interested in that. So that's a partnership that we can grow.
I'm glad it's up there too, since we haven't talked about that as much. I mean, one of the things I remember where I read this or heard this, but you hear about people talking about like, for young people, like that first job you get, it's like such an important kind of transitioning from education, the education phase of your life to the workforce, part of your life. And that first job, getting that first job and having it be successful is like a very formative experience. So and apprenticeships are kind of part of that, right? Yeah. Kind of getting your foot in the door somewhere. And so I think it's, I'd love for us to spend some more time thinking about what our role in that could be.
I think if we do it too, and I'm getting way into the weeds, but it really addresses some of what Commissioner Whiteside's mentioned. If we really start to partner with, I mean, if you think about it, you want to start with middle schoolers to start getting them interested in careers and starting to see themselves in those careers. And I think it really can help address employment opportunities and our kids of color being able to see themselves fitting into particular professions. Starting to grow that as they get older.
The county already funds Kayla, which is the City of Asheville Youth Leadership Academy. We already fund that. So, and that's starting at the more disadvantaged youth, really getting them into government or getting into opportunities. We've been funding that now for several years. So,
10 years.
and, they currently have 35 students in that program. So that's something that can also grow, but it's something that's already existing and it works really well. I know Lillian had someone in her office this year that really got into the whole video and working with Max in that group. So that's the program that we can act. So there's things happening in the county already, just we haven't really ramped them up. So there are things that we can ramp up on that apprenticeship, internship, the whole pipeline into employment.
And how can that tie into my future NC and the goals around disadvantaged youth?
You have to say Kayla Internet Commission.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And are those positions all with government? Is Kayla all with government internships?
No, I believe they're in the community as well.
Yeah.
I
know the hospital we used to have some.
Yeah, we're just one of the employees that they have connections with. And I know the Chamber of Commerce is also trying to develop a program, Accelerate Buncombe and other issues. So there's a lot of steam right now around building that pipeline in our community.
Brownie, we were using, we had 2 or 3 at the bank, and look, I've been retired over 10 years. Believe that.
Are the schools, can people do internships at the schools? Do we know if they're looked into it?
Yes, they actually are looped into the Kayla, and they're CTE is another one, and working with the junior group. I know Pratt and Whitney is very interested in starting a STEM as well. So there's a lot of talk right now. So this is timely for us. So our goal now will be to go ahead and make sure those top ones are, you see those in what we bring back to you. But also if there's a space throughout this top ranking, we would make sure we try to address some of those in what we do as well. Commissioners, that was our last topic for the day. So we have about 15 minutes. Is there any questions, conversations you want to have? So we can adjourn?
Yeah, so anything else from the commissioners, like any other ideas before we wrap up, that things anything we didn't get to today that folks want to make sure we're addressing from kind of early stage budget planning process? We talked about the getting into the ARPA discussion early in the early part of 2022, figuring out what our process will be for that. So I would really encourage everyone, kind of consistent with what Avril said, that we're not going to do open-ended. Everyone should be thinking over the next couple of weeks about what do you want to see invited through that next solicitation, or however we do that. And we have a lot of projects from the first round that didn't get funded, like didn't make that list. I mean, that there's that set of projects that could still sort of out there, or maybe some of them that we fund might do additional funding for. But then if there's categories of projects, what would folks want to be?
I love the idea of telling the public, like, here's not like 3 things, but here's like maybe 10 kind of categories that you brought up, but 10 things that we're interested in. I don't think fund something for each one necessarily. That kind of narrow is what.
I'd be excited, to the extent we can tether this to our strategic priorities. Be both responsive to the pandemic, but also advancing the strategic priorities we're working on. To me, that would feel like a really exciting way to focus and really leverage that.
I agree, even elevating some of the things from our list today and tie back in that we could use as potential startup funds to do some of these things. Would be great. This is really exciting.
Although, so question back to you, Jasmine, we said the county strategic priorities. I mean, in a way, they're quite broad too, right? So I mean, would it almost be almost like another open-ended solicitation? Because you can fit so many different things under quality of life.
I would envision that as sort of the pillars, and then you could drill down and identify specific goals, that are most relevant to the purpose of the ARPA funding. So under educated people, community, we have a bunch of goals that we can elevate to. And that's what I would sort of envision.
The survey that you took outside of this environment today, we gave you each one of those focus areas, but there's only 4 goals or so underneath each one. And then you rank those goals. So we could start there at the starting point, if you remember this.
Yeah.
So we could start there at the starting point, because you didn't rank the goals within those focus areas.
Right, yeah.
So we have ways, we'll bring it back. Rachel just reminded me, we're still waiting on final rule. So we're hoping by January we will have that. And there's also that bill floating around, the flexibility bill. That is floating around as well. So hopefully we have some more concrete answers for you. If not, we still have that interim final rule that we can go with.
Well, the reality is we just ranked.
Yes.
We just had our top 5 that we ranked, which all tie in with our strategic plan. So you can take a look at what we just ranked. That should be a pretty good indication.
All right, well, let's give our staff a round of applause. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the afternoon, and everybody being really engaged. I think it was a really good time.
I agree, this process is getting better every year. Yeah. All right, weekend.